Hello? Sorry, I was on mute. Um, Hi, welcome back to another video. Um, as you can tell from the title, I'm going to be doing Cyno's story quest today. I'm excited about this, because after doing the main story quest from my previous live stream, it was so awesome, so I was looking forward to doing this today. So we're going to do it. I just can't believe I keep on, like, accidentally putting myself on mute.
And I know just the tune to accompany them. If you...
So let us go here. Wait, we're going inside?
What should I do now? If only Cyno was still around.
Excuse us. Has something happened?
Oh, I appreciate the concern, but who are you? Ah, friends of Cyno. Well, I suppose it's not a secret or anything. Since you two are interested, I'll just lay it out for you. My name is Nabil. I'm a Matra in the Academia. A case involving the smuggling of canned knowledge has come to our attention recently, but unfortunately, we don't have the people to handle it at the moment.
Huh? You mean the Academia is short on Matra right now?
Well, not exactly. I suppose the main problem is that the case suddenly came up after General Mahamatra Cyno left to go somewhere. It would be a real headache for us to tackle the case ourselves. Given the large scope of the issue, we talked things over internally and decided that we should find further assistance from outside the Matra. If you two have some time, would you lend us your strength?
Alright, since you asked so nicely, we'll help.
Do you have any further intel regarding this case?
Yes. Large amounts of canned knowledge from unknown origins have been appearing on the market recently. We suspect there's a secret route being used to move the capsules. According to some research, using large amounts of canned knowledge could lead to some serious consequences. And, unfortunately, most people have yet to realize that. Rumors also have it that some particularly dangerous canned knowledge has made its way into the market. Regardless of whether the rumors are true or not, this case calls for urgent action. According to our current leads, it's highly likely that there are dealers selling canned knowledge outside the city, even as we speak. If you two could, please help us investigate the area.
You can count on us. Let's go.
Why do I feel Dory is partly behind this? Because obviously, like, Dory is one of those canned knowledge sellers. But I doubt that she would be a part of the story. Right, look for clues outside of the city. Oh, literally right there.
Time to go. Yeah.
But also, as well, there's a new event. Which we might have to do after the story. It's a shame that my reaction didn't make it into the video, because it was like, huh? It was really funny. Ah, I got one. Oh.
Huh? It's Cyno. What are you doing here?
Ah, it's you two. I knew I sensed a familiar presence. I'm currently in the middle of an investigation here. We'll have to chat some other time.
Oh, you're such a good boy. I really want you.
There's been a recent case of canned knowledge smuggling. It seems that the smugglers are following an elaborate and dangerous scheme. I just happened to acquire some intel which led me here.
Hey, what do you know? We're also here to investigate that.
I see. Well, the situation might be more problematic than you anticipated. I've already questioned several people, but gained very little information. Long story short, I was able to learn of the secret location where the canned knowledge is being sold. You're welcome to accompany me if you're interested.
Whoa, that sounds pretty complicated. But having Cyno around will definitely make things easier. Alright, let's go round up those bad guys.
Where was that chest, though? There was the chest.
Keep up.
Oh, it's one of these. I can never remember how you do these.
Time to go.
Shine down! Brings a smile to my face.
Do some quick work.
Follow the wind.
Time to go.
Hold it right there.
Is this all you got? Seems even less than last time.
What difference does it make? If you see something you like, buy it. If not, then keep walking.
They've been cracking down on us lately, so we don't have much on hand. If you see something that catches your eye, then now's your chance. There's no telling when we'll have more.
What does the academia think they're doing? All right, I'll take these here. Let me see what else you have. I don't see any real gems in this batch. It's all pretty ordinary stuff. Whatever, how much do I owe you?
150K. Show us the Mora, and you'll get the goods.
Put the Mora down and your hands up.
It's Cyno! When's he ever gonna let up?
Hey, forget the goods! Let's split!
But don't forget the Mora!
Dun dun! Not so fast! You can't escape with Paimon on the case!
What is this? He's got backup now? Doesn't everyone say Cyno works alone? I don't like the looks of this. Either way, it's gonna be a tough fight. Any ideas?
It's over. It's not like we're making a big cut anyway. I'm not losing my life here.
Huh? Did they really just give up like that?
Just like the others I've caught. They're not deep in the circle, just dealers at the bottom of the chain. All right, I have one question and one question only. Where did you get this canned knowledge?
The pickup location is different every time. The boss tells us where it's gonna be and that's it. We don't get a say in it. He sends someone every 5 days to bring us the goods.
And when is the next batch coming?
I don't know.
He's telling the truth. Honest. Normally, we should have received a shipment 3 days ago, but we didn't get anything. The stock we have right now is from 8 days ago, which is why there isn't much left.
I know exactly why they didn't receive their last batch. 3 days ago is exactly when I started my investigation. I suspect who's ever running this whole thing knew that I was coming. So they cut all contact with these dealers. When you were trying to escape, you said something about me working alone. Where did you hear that from?
Are you kidding? We've known your name since day one in this business. The boss warned us to watch out and even gave us info about you. But here we are. I guess we never stood a chance.
They already knew all about me and were trying to avoid being detected from the very beginning. These small fries are the only ones they leave out in the open. And no matter how many we catch, it won't further our investigation. If only we had another lead. Like a merchant who sells large amounts of canned knowledge.
Huh? Oh, you mean someone like nothing?
Do you have a potential suspect? You'd better bring them to me for judgment.
Whoa! Judgment?
That's right. I won't turn a blind eye on any dangerous suspect.
Oh! Sounds like we shouldn't ever let Cyno meet Dory.
I see. Anyway, I'll think of a way to deal with these two and then continue gathering information. If you manage to learn anything, you can find me at Caravan Rebot. And as for you, I don't ever want to catch you buying canned knowledge again. If you possess any unused knowledge capsules, then you should submit them to the authorities immediately.
Okay, I got it. Just keep your nose out of my business.
Hey! What's with the attitude, mister?
What, you got a problem with that too? Listen, buying canned knowledge is a deal between two people, the buyer and the seller. We don't need people like you butting in on our business here. Think about it. If the academia is hoarding something as convenient and useful like canned knowledge, then they must have been planning only to use it for themselves. Am I right?
The academia has clearly published the potential dangers of canned knowledge. I don't like having to repeat things. And besides, I'm sure you wouldn't listen anyway. I just hope you understand that your actions are what fuels the smuggling of canned knowledge. If I ever catch you again, I will personally see to it that you are punished. All right, Traveler. I need to go now.
Oh, I love Cyno. I really want him.
Ha! You think you can scare me?
We just did, babes.
Traveler, why don't we go talk to Dory? She's got loads of connections and might be able to tell us something about all this. If Paimon remembers correctly, she's usually at the Palace of Alcazar's Array. Let's go!
It's actually really funny that I did mention about, before this whole cutscene, I did mention Dory about, you know, being a seller of canned knowledge. It's just funny that I've connected the dots before the cutscene. This is where Dory usually is. Oh. Oh, she's actually there. Yes, she is. Oh, she gave me a wave. That was actually really cute.
I see. So that's the latest scoop. Good thing you didn't rat me out. Otherwise, who knows where I'd have to be hiding to avoid attention. No idea. Sorry. I've already cashed out of the canned knowledge business.
Wait, you cashed out?
You mean you stopped selling it? That's right. With so much canned knowledge flooding the market, it was becoming impossible to fetch decent prices anymore. Besides, it seems that group of smugglers has practically taken over the market. It's a little rule of mine to never fight for a share of someone else's market. If I'm gonna make Mora, it's gonna be the lion's share. Plus, with regulations getting as tight as they are now, I figured I might as well just hang it up.
Right.
Sounds like we came all this way for nothing. Well, not completely. Granted, I don't know who's behind all the smuggling activity, but since you didn't sell me out, I'll let you in on what I do know. After all, those smugglers have really crossed the line, butting their way into the market like that. I hope their luck runs out soon so that I can take over. I mean, so that the industry can become more fairly regulated.
Hmm.
Hey, you just want to make more business for yourself.
Is selling canned knowledge really that lucrative?
Don't underestimate its value. Think about it. You can gain all sorts of knowledge while bypassing the troublesome process of studying. Naturally, that makes it a product worth a high price. Of course, not everyone needs that kind of knowledge, but in a market as big as Sumeru, there is plenty of demand. Plus, the cost of production is relatively low, so even if dealers have to cover transportation costs, there's still an enormous profit to be made. Then why does the academia prohibit selling canned knowledge? Being able to gain complex knowledge and become a scholar with the snap of your fingers does sound like a dream, doesn't it? But everything in the world comes at a price, right?
Well, true.
Gaining knowledge is a complicated process. It requires learning, thinking, and practice. Even when it comes to my own business, I have to go through a lot of preparation before I put anything out for sale. But with canned knowledge, one may simply skip all the hassle and get whatever they need to know immediately. That inherently leads to at least two potential problems. First, you'll accept the knowledge as factual without a second thought, and you'll find it very hard to forget. This means that if the knowledge is flawed, then it'll be very difficult to correct. And second, excess use of knowledge capsules over an extended time diminishes your ability to think. You'll end up becoming like a library that can only store knowledge. Oh, that does sound pretty dangerous. Traveler, you used canned knowledge before. Did you feel any negative effects? Of course, using it sparingly is not an issue, which is exactly why I used to sell it. It's just like how medicine can be used to cure diseases, but can also do harm when overused.
Ah,
It all
Mr.
comes
S.
down to balancing the right amount. Anyway, back to the point. There'll be consequences if the sale of canned knowledge
Finding
by the
Jess so I can
smugglers
finish the
is left
soccer trip.
unchecked. And what's worse, you're playing right into their hands by focusing only on the canned knowledge that's made its way into the market. As far as I know, their real purpose is to distribute information about the Court of Desolation. That's where the real business opportunity is. The Court of Desolation? What's that? Rumor has it that it's a site of ruins from the age of the Scarlet King. It's said that with the treasures inside, one can see beyond life and death. But any research of the ruins is strictly banned by the academia. Word on the street is that there'll be an auction taking place in the desert. They're auctioning rare canned knowledge, some of which is related to the Court of Desolation. Once I heard about the auction, I began to suspect that all the canned knowledge popping up on the market is just a diversion. I'd wager that their real target is the Court of Desolation. Because studying those ruins is not just a simple matter. It requires knowledge spanning several fields. So, if they're aiming to quickly assemble a research team, canned knowledge would be the best solution. As for the auction, chances are they're trying to attract and scout out anyone with interest or expertise on the subject. On the other hand, no one can say for sure that they will ever succeed in finding the Court of Desolation. So, they might as well just make a fortune while they're at it by hyping up the related canned knowledge at the auction. Sounds to Paimon like we better head to the desert and see the auction. Who knows, we might find some leads there. That's right. And now that I've shared all that valuable info with you, it's time to introduce our limited edition desert travel kit. It comes complete with a map straight to the auction location. As I said, I also have to make preparations before I sell things, right? Now, let me consider how much I should sell this for. I've got it! 500,000 mora per kit! That's quite the bargain. We'll even offer a 50% discount for little Paimon's travel kit. Only 250,000 mora. What? That's super expensive! No need to worry, little one. Cyno's the one heading this investigation, isn't he? I'll be sure to bill all the expenses to him. All you'll need to do is tell him to go to the Merchants Guild and pay the bill once the mission is completed. Just, be sure to not send him directly here, though, okay? That would leave me completely in the open. I'm sure the former General Mahamatra of the Academia would never leave any debt unpaid. Oh, the Mora. I can see it already. Loads of shiny Mora coming Dory's way. We'd better get going. If Dory keeps at it, we'll be out of Mora.
Auction information.
I just wish.
Cyno.
Cyno! We got news for you. What the smugglers are really after is a chance to research the Court of Desolation. They're hosting an auction in the desert to sell canned knowledge about those ruins.
The Court of Desolation. I won't ask how you came by this intel, but is it reliable?
Yes, it should be. It's all we have to go on for the moment.
We also heard that the Court of Desolation contains treasures from the time of the Scarlet King. Is that true?
Partially. It was a secret place built by a dark sect from the age of the Scarlet King. The ruins do contain treasures, but the place is also rife with unknown dangers. According to past research, one must forfeit their life as the price of entering. They are not some ordinary ruins, so the Academia has strictly prohibited any related research. However, if they are using the canned knowledge as a way to move information and recruit researchers, then I suppose your conclusion does hold some validity. Regardless, we need to go into the desert.
Are there many people trying to study the Court of Desolation?
Less in recent years, but there are always those who attempt to do so, both inside and outside the Academia. After all, legends claim that whoever obtains the treasures inside can see beyond life and death, or even resurrect the dead. Death is often the greatest grievance for many people. Though they're fully aware that the chance of these rumors being true are slim, they hold tight to such fantasies and pursue them regardless. That's why some continue to research it, regardless of it being a restricted subject. On top of that, it's hard to track the source of information contained in canned knowledge. Do you know where the auction is taking place? Good. We'll go investigate. But before that, we'll have to get rid of these people tailing us.
Huh? People tailing us?
Yeah.
That's right. Let's begin to leave town and see what happens. I'm sure they'll reveal themselves as soon as we make a move. Don't worry. I'll make short work of them.
That's Cyno for ya. But we can lend a hand too, you know.
Sumeru Rose. Oh, right, cool.
Into the wind.
Allow me.
Illusion shattered. One with nature.
There we go.
Hold it right there. Heading to the desert, are we? I would think twice if I were you.
And why?
Huh? Who are you?
That doesn't matter. All you need to know is that someone wishes to inform you that it's not too late to turn back. You must be Cyno. I've heard a lot about you. You've got quite a reputation. But this time you're in over your head. Unless you turn around right now, I'm afraid that even you won't return unscathed. And as for you two, why bother sticking your noses in trouble that doesn't even concern you? Hmm?
That's right! We won't just sit back and do nothing!
Ha! Have you really thought it through? You're not just doing this for recognition, are you, Cyno? My employer said that he's willing to compromise as long as you just walk away. He could, for example, reduce the amount of canned knowledge on the market. I'm sure that would help your investigation appear to be successful enough. On top of that, he's willing to give you a cut of the profit. So you see, you get both Mora and a boost to your reputation. I can't think of a reason why you would pass that up.
Is that so? Well, I can't think of a reason why I'd accept. I've heard enough. Get out of my way.
Sorry, no can do. We're getting paid to ensure you disappear. Since you won't turn back willingly, then we're gonna have to make you go back.
And we're gonna fight you. Oh, I'm Cyno. Okay. Okay, so we're getting this. This.
I'll be nowhere to run.
The wind knows me. Enshroud!
Allow me!
Surrender! Nowhere to run! Pulverize!
I wonder what happens if I just hold it.
Surrender!
Oh. Is that it?
This doesn't change anything.
Yes, it does.
You're in over your head, Cyno. There will be others coming for you. You'll regret it.
No, we won't.
Let's get out of here.
No need. Even if we apprehend them, there'll be little information to gain. Besides, it might also be a trap. I apologize for bringing you into this dangerous mess. Just being associated with me will inevitably cause you to become targets as well. You should be careful from now on. Sleep with one eye open.
Wait, hold on! There's no way anyone could sleep without closing their eyes? Right?
You'd be surprised. Anyway, just be careful. Mercenaries are never quick to forget. In their line of work, even a single failure is bad for reputation. They may even stay hidden in some dark corner for a very long time, waiting for the right moment to ambush you. They'll do anything to keep their prestige intact.
Have you encountered that kind of situation before, Cyno?
Yes. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Was it yesterday?
I was carrying out a mission with one of my superiors. I didn't have much experience at the time, and I let my guard down after we had closed the case. We ended up being attacked by the remainder of the mercenaries. My superior was injured while protecting me, and we struggled to gain control of the situation. I've become more vigilant ever since, staying alert even while I sleep.
Whoa! Who could have seen that coming? Was he okay?
He survived with a fractured wrist. It took 2 months for him to recover. But luckily, there weren't any further complications. Last year, he transferred to an administrative role for personal reasons, and no longer participates in live missions. His name is Taj Radkani, a very well-respected Matra. You'll have the chance to meet him someday. Anyway, our mission will be dangerous. I'm already used to such grueling conditions, but I don't want to see you two get hurt.
Oh, it's fine.
Paimon will stay alert. We'll see danger coming a mile away.
Yeah, we've also experienced a lot of sticky situations.
Don't worry. It won't be long till we're at the bottom of this. And once this is all over, I'll sweep away any other hidden dangers.
Convenient.
So hot. If only there was some shape for us to cool off under.
Maybe
We still have a
take
long
break.
way to go, so you'll need to hang in there for a while longer. This is not a good place to rest anyway.
Okay. But don't you feel hot too, Cyno?
Of course, but I'm accustomed to these conditions.
Care to share any tips? Paimon's about to melt away.
Just try to stay focused. Use your willpower to support your mind. The moment you start to give in is when you'll feel more tired. Take one step after another. Don't let your mind perceive your body's limitations. We must get somewhere safe before we can relax.
Okay, if you say so. But where would be a more safe place to rest? Paimon thinks this is a perfectly safe place to stop. Just look around, it's just sand and desert. There aren't any monsters for miles around. Whoa! Where did these scorpions come from?
Watch out. Something's not right about them.
Into the wind. Shine down.
Rest and rebuild. Ha! Whew. Well, Paimon really didn't expect to see those here.
Those weren't just normal scorpions. See? There are marked numbers on their pincers. They were raised by someone. Someone doesn't want us to show up at the auction. These scorpions were sent to keep us away. We are surrounded by desert as far as the eye can see. If we were killed out here, nobody would ever know.
This place is super dangerous. Good thing we didn't let our guard down.
Something's not right. There are no roads in the desert, so how could they know where we are? Stay still.
Oh.
Here's the answer. It must have planted this on you.
Huh? What is it?
A miniature tracking device made by the Ksharawar. They can use this to discern your approximate location. But this device wasn't licensed for mass production. Where did they get it? Could someone from the Ksharawar also be involved? But that doesn't seem right.
Whoa! Paimon never knew that kind of thing even existed! Why would it be on him?
They probably planted it on the Traveler during our fight with the mercenaries earlier. It was a frantic fight. It's only natural you didn't notice the device.
A frantic fight? It was an easy fight. What are you
Good thing
talking
were
about?
able to find it, Cyno. Now let's get rid of it.
No. Hold on to it for now. It might still be useful for us. Let's keep heading to the auction. It would be dangerous to linger here any longer.
They're back again! How many of them are there?
so easy. Well. I'm gonna have to kill these.
Fateful offer.
Let's move out. Hold the line.
Can't see. As one with wind and cloud, the wind knows me. I'll uproot you.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Weird. Is this where the auction is? Yeah, not a single soul. Maybe they're on break right now or something.
We didn't waste any time getting here after we defeated those mercenaries. They shouldn't have been able to give any warning of our arrival. But even so, they still knew we were coming. Someone here must have been watching the tracker, and warned everyone to clear out.
Aw, what should we do now?
We searched the area. They couldn't have moved all the knowledge capsules so quickly. There might still be something left for us to find.
Alright, let's take a good look around the area.
Ordinary canned knowledge seems to have nothing to do with the Court of Desolation. Fetch an extremely large amount of more on the market. Oh, Dory would love that. Footprints. Drinking water.
Did you find anything?
No, nothing in particular.
It's possible there weren't many knowledge capsules containing info about the Court of Desolation, so they carried those off. But don't worry. I have another idea. You two start heading back the way we came. I will remain hidden here. Come back and meet me here after some time has passed. I'm sure something will come up by then. They packed up in a hurry and didn't have time to carry off all their goods. They won't just leave them here. Once they think we've left the premises, they'll be back to pick up their belongings. We just need to make sure the tracker goes far enough from here to make them assume that it's safe to come back.
Oh, Paimon gets it. We'll lure them out because they'll think we've left. Okay, we'll start heading away and leave this place to you.
Yes, and don't worry. If they dare to return, I'll make sure they stay.
Now weirdly in my head, because they're talking about the Court of Desolation, I have the song from Disney going the Court of Miracles in my head. Just means I have Hunchback of Notre Dame, the Court of Miracles in my head when every time they sing Court of Desolation.
Ugh, so tired. We've probably gone far enough now, right? Yay. Let's rest for a little while before we go back to find Cyno.
You rest for a while thereby.
It's probably about time for us to head back to the auction. Let's go. Maybe Cyno's finally found some leads.
In the court of miracles. Any last words? I can't hear you.
Oh, looks like Cyno caught someone! So you're the bad guy behind all this, aren't ya? Alright, tell Paimon everything you know!
I didn't act immediately when he showed up. Rather, I laid low and observed for a while instead. He is not the primary instigator, but he is most likely one of the more important dealers here. Am I right?
Yes, impressive.
There.
You certainly live up to your reputation, Cyno. If I had any idea you were still around, I wouldn't have gotten so greedy.
Huh? Greedy? What do you mean by that?
Once everyone knew you were coming, all the canned knowledge dealers abandoned their goods and fled at once. Obviously, there wasn't time to pack up everything. Since all the goods were just left here unsupervised, I thought I'd use the opportunity to come back and take what I could. You know, free merchandise is good business, but I suppose there's no use explaining it now.
You must know who's manufacturing and selling the canned knowledge, correct? Will you tell us willingly? Or do I need to make you talk?
No, I'll talk. But before that, perhaps we can take the conversation elsewhere? If we stay here, chances are that someone will see me with you. That would put both me and my family in danger.
All right. Where do you suggest we go?
How about my home in Aru Village? It should be safe there.
Fine. Let's head out. You can throw away the tracker now, Traveler.
Listen, buddy, you better not try to trick us!
Come on now. Do you really think I'd try to pull anything under Cyno's watch? Seriously, what can I even do?
Nothing much, really, because you're under Cyno's watch.
Dad, you're back! Oh, we have guests? Hi there.
This is my daughter, Simin. She can be a little shy of strangers. Why don't you run along now, dear? Dad needs to talk with our guests.
Oh, okay.
Everyone knows Cyno in our business, but let me ask, who are you two?
Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler!
To be honest, I really didn't expect to see Cyno, the lone operator, working with any partners. When I saw the tracker start moving away, I assumed you had decided to just go back empty-handed. But even though you caught me, I'd still urge you to stop while you still can. You should abandon this investigation.
Why is that?
Everything from the manufacturing of canned knowledge to the sales and even splitting the profits. Every step of the process involves dozens, if not hundreds of people. Massive profits have brought everyone together in this business. Everyone will try their best to defend this industry that we've worked to build. It will be a long and difficult fight, even for you, Cyno. And even if you manage to win in the end, no one will thank you. If anything, you yourself might even feel remorse. Why are you so bent on putting us out of business?
Everyone has their own reasons for what they do. I don't have to explain mine.
Here's some tea, Dad. And for the guests, too.
Oh.
Right. I forgot to offer tea to our guests. Thank you.
Don't mention it. And, I should tell you that our tea tastes kind of bitter, but I put some sugar in to make it a little tastier.
That's my girl. Do we still have any sugar left? If not, I'll buy some more next time.
Yes, we do. Okay. I'm gonna go have a rest now.
Didn't you say that everyone's in it for the massive profits? That sure doesn't seem to be the case for you.
Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I was hoping to ask you for a favor. My daughter was born with a chronic disease, so she has a relatively weak heart and lungs. Even slightly strenuous exercise can cause her to faint and prove to be a life-threatening risk.
Oh no.
That's why she never really had any friends to play with, and why she locks herself up in her room most of the time. She has to take lots of medicine, and it doesn't come cheap. As for me, I was just an average merchant. I would wake up early and travel all around to make a profit. But the Mora was still nowhere near enough. I could only watch my daughter's health deteriorate day by day. Until one day, someone reached out and showed me a way to really make a profit.
Selling canned knowledge.
That's right.
Yeah.
With all the Mora I made, I could finally afford medical treatment for my daughter. Nothing made me happier than seeing her get better. There are many others like me. Smuggling canned knowledge might seem like an unforgivable crime to you, but to us, it's a means of survival. I wanted to tell you all this so that maybe you could understand and change your mind. Please, stay out of this, Cyno. Give us a way to survive.
Oh no. That means that if we prevent the sale of canned knowledge, his daughter will...
I must get to the truth. I can find someone to help treat your child, but I cannot turn a blind eye to the smuggling. These are two completely different issues.
I somehow knew you would say that. But having your word to help my daughter is enough for me. Since you insist on continuing the investigation, you should have a look around the back of my home. You'll find some goods I received just recently. I think everything will become clear to you once you see them.
Oh?
Whoa! Look at all of this!
Yes, all neatly packed away and organized in boxes. To think that this is only one dealer's worth. Small producers couldn't possibly support such a large quantity of goods. Could the academia have a hand in this? But such a volume of goods wouldn't be able to slip through inspection.
Huh? Look! These seem different from the other knowledge capsules we've seen. Maybe they contain knowledge about the Court of Desolation.
Yes, that would make sense. Wait, what's this?
Some sort of marking we've never seen before. Do you know what it is, Cyno?
Yes. It's a Matra seal, indicating that the goods have passed Matra inspection. I started to suspect that someone in the academia might be involved when I found the tracker earlier. But how they could ship so much canned knowledge out of the academia was still a mystery. The pieces have now all fallen into place. With this Matra seal, goods can leave the academia without undergoing a second inspection. No wonder they don't want me to investigate. It turns out that a Matra is behind this. Even I find it hard to believe.
It could be a misunderstanding.
Could I ask you for a favor, Traveler? Since all this canned knowledge came from the academia, then it's highly likely that the knowledge regarding the Court of Desolation originated from research files stored within the Academia. If we can enter the repository, we can find out who accessed these files. But, considering my current status, if I suddenly show up at the Academia now, it will only draw unnecessary attention. You'll need to be the one who checks the records. I'll write a letter to Nabil, and he'll take you there.
Sure thing! Leave it to us!
I'll also keep working here in the meantime. Although our leads are all currently pointing to someone within the Academia, it's obvious that they also have power outside of it. We can get more information on other dealers from Bahari. I'll stay here and make some preparations. You can come find me anytime if you uncover more info.
Ooh.
Time to go.
Hello, we meet again. How's the investigation going? Oh, so you were able to find Cyno after all. I hope he's doing all right.
He's the same as always.
I read the letter, and must admit that I hadn't expected things to be so serious. Sorry. Had I known it would be so dangerous, I never would have gotten you two involved.
Oh, it's okay.
We wanted to help Cyno too!
We're used to kind of dangers. I mean, we've got a danger coming up of fighting a new god.
The research files stored away in the restricted repository are far from ordinary. Everything there is essentially about dangerous research that's forbidden by the Academia. Even I don't usually have authorization to enter. But with this letter from Cyno, it shouldn't be a problem.
But still, the Balladeer.
That's right.
He's definitely
Granted,
going
the
to be like a
Academia
new,
is very
like,
supportive
weekly
when it comes
boss.
to research.
Oh.
They encourage scholars to conduct all kinds of studies. However, some forms of research have proven to be so dangerous that the Matra have to step in and put a stop to them. Normally, after some particular research becomes prohibited, majority of the related files will be destroyed. But some information may be retained as a record to warn later researchers. Such information is kept in the restricted repository, which is heavily guarded. Follow me, I'll show you. Hopefully, we'll find the answers that Cyno is looking for.
And hopefully we can get in.
Restricted repository? Sounds kinda dangerous. We'd better keep an eye out.
Wait, is it here? Ah, it's here.
Okay, I understand. Since Cyno is vouching for you, I suppose we can trust you. You may browse the information regarding the Court of Desolation. Ask me if you have any questions, but I'd suggest avoiding any other research files. Sometimes the less you know, the better.
Activates the device and the secret door opens in the wall.
Huh. So this is the restricted repository. I never thought I'd see the inside of it. This is a first for both you and me.
There are
thanks
many
to
who do
Cyno.
not openly converse with others within the Academia. But even so, there are very few who I feel could be trusted with a real secret. Cyno happens to be one of them. Even though he's no longer in the Academia, I still trust him. And that goes for anyone he trusts as well. The files are over there. Just make it quick.
Ah, here we go. Sealed materials, the Court of Desolation. I ain't reading all this. Just press pause when you're ready, and then read it at your own leisure.
Whoa, there's a lot to read here. Have you found anything yet?
The researcher's names sound familiar.
Huh, it reminds Paimon of Cyno's former partner.
His former partner? That would be Taj Radkani. But you're not far off. Mortada Radkani was Taj's only son.
What? Taj's son went to prison for researching the Court of Desolation?
Why do you sound so surprised? You're a Matra, aren't you?
It's just that they arrested him in secret, so it was never publicly known. All I knew was that Taj's son was taken to prison. It's not just me. I bet even Cyno didn't know about it.
No. Unfortunately, there isn't. He took his own life not long after he went to prison. You've heard about Taj, right? I know Nabil has. Every Matra knows him. I would say he's probably pushing 50 this year, which makes him one of the most experienced Matra. He is a man of integrity and honesty, and has made countless achievements. His reputation goes back a long way now. He used to be Cyno's only partner. Taj is also skilled with the polearm, so the two of them used to practice together when they weren't out on a mission.
Ah, right. I heard Cyno mention that before. But one day, Taj suddenly decided to retire from active duty and transfer to an administrative position. I wonder if it had anything to do with the Mortada incident.
Yeah, that's right, because he told us that it took 2 months for his wrist to heal.
Taj was already very well known by the time Mortada was born. So when Mortada came to study at the Academia, everyone had high expectations of him. He had to face a lot of pressure. Then he had an unpleasant dispute with his father, but they were eventually able to work things out. Not long after they had reconciled, Mortada was caught studying the Court of Desolation, which is in violation of Academia rules. Taj arrested his son and put him behind bars. He begged for leniency, but Taj wouldn't agree.
That must
Shortly
have been
after,
hard.
Mortada slit his own throat with the pieces of a broken bowl. By the time Taj arrived at the scene, it was already too late. He never had a last chance to see his son. Since then, Taj has been periodically coming to the repository. He'll hold the files from his son's research with a remorseful look on his face. I guess that's why he chose to move to administrative work.
I had no idea that happened. That must be really hard for Taj. I've never heard him mention that to anyone.
That's awful. Paimon feels terrible now. Are you okay, Traveler?
You said Taj comes to the repository? Taj has gone through Mortada's research files.
Wait, don't tell me you're starting to suspect Taj now. Impossible. Taj would never do that. I mean, yes, he does have a big reputation and has access to such research, but this is Taj we're talking about. He would never do anything against regulations. Never.
But if you claim that the canned knowledge was originating from the Academia, then Taj is indeed a suspect. Because he was the only one who could have recently gone through research files about the Court of Desolation. There are so many files about those ruins that it would be difficult to restart any research, since the 7 original researchers were put behind bars. It's hard enough just trying to make sense of these files. However, if the files were made into canned knowledge, they could be understood immediately. By doing so, one could restart the research outside the Academia without anyone ever noticing.
But even so...
According to the legends, the treasures inside the Court of Desolation could allow someone to see beyond life and death. Or even bring the dead back to life, right? So maybe Taj is trying to bring Mortada back. Though I don't really believe Taj would ever try to do something like that. I'm just telling you what I know. It's the job of the Matra to find the truth and track down criminals. Do you have any questions? If not, it'd be best if you would leave now.
Paimon's kinda confused. What should we do from here?
Oh, now that I think about it, Cyno suspected that the canned knowledge was coming from within the academia, right? There's no way so many boxes could ever get through without drawing any attention. Maybe we could try asking people around the gate of the academia and see what we can find. Don't worry, Taj. I won't let your reputation be tarnished.
Alrighty then, let's go ask around.
Anything extra that I can... Wait. Mechanical life forms. Ooh. Where is it? Oh.
A fateful offer.
Sneaky.
Excuse me. Have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the academia recently?
Huh. Well, yes, but isn't that pretty normal? The academia consumes so many resources each day. Everything from cooking ingredients, raw materials, even equipment for experiments. It's normal for goods to be coming in and out.
Right, but we're looking for shipments with a Matra seal. Have you seen any like that?
That I'm not too sure of. I normally wouldn't notice whether the goods have any seals or not. Maybe you should ask someone else.
You're one of the guys in the front gate. You should be taking consideration of if the crates or shipments have the Matra seal on them. But then you get that everywhere. People don't do their jobs properly.
Excuse me, have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the academia recently?
No, not that I'm aware of. Perhaps you could ask someone else?
We did.
Excuse me, have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the academia recently?
Huh? Why do you ask?
I'm just checking to ensure nothing unusual has happened.
Well, I can't say it's unusual, but I did notice something. There's a Kashar researcher who's been making frequent shipments recently. Dozen of large boxes each time, if not more. When I asked him about it, he said they just contained a bunch of old worn-out machines. The Kashar used to often sell scrap machines to traveling merchants, so I didn't really think anything of it. But he's been making a lot of shipments lately. There weren't ever so many outdated machines before.
And you didn't find that suspicious? Why didn't you report it for inspection?
Well, the boxes were stamped with a Matra seal. Why should I bother? Of course, I did start to wonder about the seal once, thinking that maybe they forged it or something. But you know what happened? A man named Taj came here and told me that he'd already inspected the goods personally and ordered me to leave the researcher alone. I couldn't question his word, could I?
Possible. There must be some sort of mistake. There's no way Taj would ever...
We suspected Taj, and Taj is doing this.
No, I won't believe it. Taj is an honorable man. Someone must be trying to frame him. Wait, I know another Matra who works with Taj. I can ask him to let us speak with Taj.
If we're gonna try and speak with Taj, that could be problematic.
As I've already told you, I don't have any way to contact Taj.
Hey, Cyno, how are you doing?
Taj yesterday, and he met with them in his office. I was standing outside of the door, and I vaguely heard them say, "Found it." Before I realized it, the door opened, and Taj left with the group of them. I noticed that he had also changed into Eremite attire. But Taj didn't come to work today, so I've also started to feel a little concerned about the whole thing.
Haha, you finally
If you'd like to
found my
speak with
stream.
him, maybe you can try visiting his home. He lives just on the outskirts of Sumeru City.
A group of Eremites? Could Taj really be the one making all the canned knowledge?
No way. Taj is just like Cyno. They're considered heroes among the Matra. There's no way that he would... Fine. Looks like there's no other choice.
Hey, don't let it get to you just yet. We'll get to the bottom of this once and for all.
Yeah, I had this in my idea yesterday from the previous stream, so this is why I'm doing Cyno's story.
So, this is Taj's place. There doesn't seem to be anyone here.
Well, what should we do then? Do we break in?
No.
No. Wait, the door's unlocked. Did Taj leave in a hurry? Well, anyway, we're still not sure if he's the real culprit. Probably not a good idea to go in without permission. You're right. Even if we apply for a warrant now, we won't be able to do anything until tomorrow at the earliest. This is an emergency. I just hope Taj doesn't mind. What's this?
It's a paper full of names written on it. Oh, and a map. Nabil, can you make any sense of this?
Yes. This is definitely Taj's handwriting. These papers look like records. These are the transactions between Taj and some other people. From the look of the numbers, the scale of this smuggling case is absolutely massive.
Yes.
The operation involves more than 300 people, including dozens of celebrities. These are famous scholars, merchants, mercenaries. I have a feeling that Cyno might be unaware of what he's up against. There's no way anyone could face such a large organization on their own.
Maybe he is aware of it.
You're right. That's just who he is. As for the map, it appears to indicate the location of the Court of Desolation. Let's take it to Cyno and let him decide how to proceed.
Wait, I think I've seen this place before.
If Taj really has turned on his honor and committed these terrible acts, then I suspect that he might already be at the Court of Desolation as we speak. I don't want to suspect him, but I also don't know him very well. Maybe Cyno will know what to do.
All right, we'll give these to Cyno and see. Let's go!
Meet up with Cyno. Do-do-do-do.
Well, Cyno, what do you make of it?
Taj. It's been a while since I last saw him. From what I remember, he is a straight-laced man. Although he would resort to extreme measures from time to time.
Cyno.
He would never do anything against his beliefs.
So do you think he's the one behind all this?
I'm still not sure. I cannot imagine how devastating the incident with Mortada was for him. Nor can I deny the possibility that people can change. Whether it's out of love for his son or for other reasons, we have to see for ourselves to judge him. Or rather, the person he's become.
The evidence is stacked against him now.
That's right.
Yeah, it's too much.
It's clear that he had a hand in this case, yet he made no report of it. There's no doubting that. That's also why I need to see him. I must ask his reasoning and judge him myself. Time is ticking. Let's go.
And now we're going to the Court of Desolation. Can I fast travel there? I can a little bit. I'm glad I went here. Right, there we go. Now I just... There we go. Now, can I reach? Here, can I reach? Yes. There we go. Right, let's just do this.
Allow me.
Oh, I love my Tainari.
I think we can forgo the lost and found report.
Right. Okay, Cyno. Thank you for popping on and saying hello. Yeah. I will see you soon. Take care. Talk to Sania. Where are you, Sania? Oh. That's for a side mission. Never mind.
Time to go.
Illusion shattered. Hold the line.
A fateful offering.
I'm pretty sure it's on the... Yes, here we go. Enter the Court of Desolation. Oh, perfect for me. This is gonna be over quickly. And I get to be Cyno as well.
This is the Court of Desolation.
Oh, just look at him.
Are there
He's
really any
so...
treasures buried here? Oh, Paimon's kind of nervous. Could it be dangerous?
Don't worry. You'll be safe with me.
Oh, yes. Ooh, already. Okay, let's do this. So, you...
One with the force.
You. Oh, wait.
One with nature. Surrender.
I'm so used to Shogun being first.
Look, these walls have definitely seen better days. Was there some sort of fight here? Let's keep going and see what we can find.
Futile.
I'm gonna try my best. Oh!
Whoa, is it just Paimon? Or did that passageway just rotate? It's not gonna start moving again, is it? Either way,
Whoa. I love how they were just sleeping. Oh my gosh! Ah!
A passage! Hopefully that's our way in.
This is so cool.
That eye seems to be staring right at us. This place gives Paimon the creeps. You go first.
Oh. This is so cool. Oh. It's like I forgot to jump. Okay, there we go. Oh.
Nowhere to run!
One with the forest.
Hold the line.
The wind knows me.
There is no escape.
Oh.
Inazuma shines
Oh
eternal.
no! Didn't mean that. No, 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 no. Didn't mean that. No. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. Alright. And is that Taj?
Taj.
Ah, Cyno. It's been some time since I've seen you last. I trust you are doing well. Seeing that you've made it all the way here, you must be on the cusp of wrapping up your investigation, I presume. Even faster than I expected. Is it because you have some new partners now?
That's right. This case is nearly closed. But the most important answer still eludes me. Was it all your doing? Smuggling the canned knowledge? The research of the Court of Desolation?
Yes, it was me.
Then explain why.
That's the difficult part. Let's just say I've changed. I've become a selfish coward who only wants to pursue his own interests.
I find that hard to believe.
Oh, really? Way I see it, every person will end up like me sooner or later. When you're young, you press forward, unattached, living solely for the justice in your heart. But as you begin to age, you start to become more cautious. You know many things are wrong, but still turn a blind eye to them. I was the same. I never questioned my actions until Murtada died. I could feel the justice that I once strived to uphold slowly crumbling in my heart. I was completely dedicated to all that I did, but as I grew older, I found myself feeling alone, miserable. Can you imagine what it feels like to not have the will to live, but not be able to die? Murtada was sent to prison by my own hands. I set myself on this painful path. My son hated me to the day he died, and now I must live with that pain and regret. I failed him as a father. But now I have a chance to make it right. A chance to reunite with him. The Court of Desolation. Here lies the key to overcoming life and death. The power to even bring the dead back to life.
So, did you already find what you needed here?
See this door behind me? Behind it lies the treasures that I seek. I'm so close, Cyno. If only you hadn't arrived now, I could already have...
Enough conjecture.
Oh.
What has happened is already part of the past. You cannot bring the dead back to life. In the end, the treasures you seek are nothing but myths and legend.
Since you're so sure, why don't you just let me open the door and see then?
No. I sense danger behind that door. There will be dire consequences the moment you open it.
I beg you, as an old partner, can you let me fulfill my last wish just this once?
No.
Surely you get it by now. Doing your job without mercy will only drive people away from you. I'm the prime example.
I don't overthink things. If there is only one way for me to defend my principles, then that is the path I will take.
Seems there's no convincing you. All right then. Let's see if your polearm skills have improved at all.
Really? You gotta fight me?
This power is mine.
Whoa.
Right no matter.
Where did these come from?
Nowhere to run.
Allow me.
Oh.
Let's nip that in the bud. Keep up. Can't see.
As I thought.
Your strength.
You feel it, don't you? I'm stronger than you remember. I gained new power when I entered the Court of Desolation. This is only a taste of it. Once I open the door behind me, this power will be complete. Even life and death will have no grip on me.
Uh-oh. We have to stop this guy!
I won't let you open that door.
I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid it won't be easy to stop me now that you're injured. Or are you ready to sacrifice your life for this?
I'll do what I have to.
I still remember when we first became partners. You were always charging forward and putting your life on the line, just like now. Even after all this time, you still haven't changed.
You haven't changed either. You left that list of names and map in your house on purpose, didn't you? You wanted me to be able to find you here. All of this was just part of the act you were putting on. What happened just now was also part of your plan. You might have fooled those on the list, but you will not fool me. I had my suspicions from the beginning, but I couldn't be sure until we fought. If he really had changed, your fighting style wouldn't be as it was before.
Huh? What do you mean, Cyno?
He never planned on opening the door. His true intention was...
What's happening?
Seems our time is running short. Let me make this quick then. After Mortada died, my spirit was crushed. For a long time, I was hoping this reality was just some terrible nightmare. I hoped I would just wake up and be able to see his smiling face again. That is when I was approached by someone who wished to collaborate and find the Court of Desolation together. I did some investigation of my own and discovered they were part of a massive organization.
The Fatui.
People from every walk of life are involved. They are relentless in their search, pouring countless mora into secret research, even sacrificing lives in hopes that the Court of Desolation would appear.
No wonder banning the research wasn't enough. A full-scale operation was already in motion.
I'm a flesh and blood human like anyone else, so I obviously hesitated and considered it. The thought of bringing my son back tugged at my heart, but in the end, I came to my senses. I knew that I could not let myself go down that path. I suddenly came to a realization amidst my suffering. The Court of Desolation, a place that once drove people to tragedy, was still doing so even centuries later. As long as this place exists, people will recklessly seek it out, just as Mortada did, generation after generation, regardless of the cost. Let it be buried beneath the sand forever. Once the Court of Desolation is gone, there will no longer be anyone obsessed with seeking it out.
Yeah, you're going to destroy it?
That's right. I acted as if I had abandoned my convictions just so that they would cooperate without raising any suspicion. This was the only way I could find and destroy this place. But that wasn't enough. I needed someone I could trust to bring the organization to justice. The Academia forbids the research of the Court of Desolation, so they would never approve my plan in the first place. To add to the problem, the organization is so powerful that they even have members working within the Academia. If I wished to destroy the organization, I couldn't just count on the Academia alone.
So, you pretended to be the one behind all this, as a test for me.
Yes. I'm sorry, but now I am assured. You haven't changed at all. You are still as you always were, fearless, and making no compromise. Anyway, this place is collapsing. You must leave now.
Wait! Aren't you leaving too? There are still loads of bad guys to catch outside!
His fate is already sealed. There is no life left inside him. He is like a candle with no more wick to burn.
To open the Court of Desolation, one must sacrifice their
You
life.
planned it all from the very beginning, didn't you? Risking being treated as a traitor to collaborate with them. Sacrificing your own life to open and destroy the Court of Desolation.
Regardless, I made a grave mistake by allowing the smuggling and the research of this place. Let this be the final judgment on myself. I was always so busy with work that I never made time to fulfill Mortada's wishes. Finding this place was his biggest wish. Since I'll be reuniting with him here, I can only hope he won't have anything more to hold against me. I'll leave all those people on the list to you. Sorry for all the trouble I've caused.
There's nothing to be sorry for. We are partners. If you see Mortada, send him my greetings. Goodbye, old friend.
I'm so... That's so sad, though.
Dad, why are they so strict with me? I'm always the only one who gets in trouble.
Just leave me alone! Don't worry, I won't damage your precious reputation.
Alright, Dad. Let's start over. By the way, I finally found an area of research I wish to pursue.
Why can't you show even a little leniency? Why?
Because we are Matra.
Oh, that was so cool. And then Cyno was really fast.
Court of Desolation has...
Just as Taj said, that place had caused too many disasters and tragedies. Being buried in quicksand is its rightful end. To them, as long as there's more to be made, they will disregard the Academia's rules, whether it's the Court of Desolation or anything else. Their only goal is to make massive profits off of dangerous research. Taj may have set them back with the Court of Desolation, but it won't be long before they continue searching for another target. That's an opportunity that I will not let them have.
We'll help too.
Thank you, but you've already done enough. Just leave the rest to me. I will bring them to justice myself. Besides, I promised you that I would sweep away any potential danger. So, that's what I'm going to do. Wait for me at Caravan Rebob 4 days from now.
4 days? Wait until 4 days later. Four days later from like in real time or in game time? Because the day after tomorrow, that's 2. And let's do another 2. Go to yes. Okay, cool. Go to Caravan Rabbit.
We meet again. Thank you so much for all your help.
Nabil, what are you doing here?
Convicts from the desert are being escorted through Caravan Rebob, so I'm here to keep an eye on things. This should be the last group of them, so I'll be heading back to the Academia once they're cleared. The last few days have been quite the ride, but fortunately, I can say with confidence that this case is finally coming to an end. At first, the mercenary groups on the list were putting up quite a fight. They made several desperate attempts to cover up the truth. However, word is that someone crossed the desert and took out their main camp overnight. After that, people on the list started to put pressure on the higher-ups within the Academia. Everyone was on edge, and the case came to a standstill.
And? Then what happened?
Well, then we received word that Taj Rudkani had sacrificed himself on the case. The news really stirred up the members of our ranks. The Matra then moved together against the enemy. We cleared out the traitors from within the Academia and arrested all the researchers on the list. Some of them managed to get out of the Academia, but still failed to escape. The scattered criminals were captured all across Sumeru by the mysterious person who had defeated the mercenary groups. I even heard that someone was about to escape to Fontaine, but was still apprehended just at the border. Having more than 300 prisoners apprehended for interrogation has definitely shaken things up recently.
So that's the end of it. Catching everyone on the list means no more smuggling canned knowledge and no more victims. It was a lot of work, but Paimon thinks we accomplished something big.
That's right. Thanks again for your assistance. As for the mysterious person who hit the mercenary camp, that must be Cyno, right?
Yeah.
He's the only one I can think of who could accomplish such a feat. Speaking of which, have you been in touch with Cyno these days? I think I just saw him when I was on watch nearby. He was walking with someone I didn't recognize, and then before I knew it, they were nowhere to be seen. If you happen to see him, please send my regards.
Who was he?
Sure
Who was he
thing,
with?
Leo. You be careful too. Don't let any of those bad guys escape.
Don't worry about me. If anything happens, you can find me at the Academia anytime. Farewell then.
Find Cyno. I want Kazuha. There we go.
Trying to single-handedly bring 300 people to
Tainari!
justice must feel pretty exhilarating.
Oh,
But I
Tainari.
can assure you, this is certainly not the best solution.
I'm aware. However, I learned something unexpected during interrogation. Apparently, someone had enticed Murtada Radkani into becoming interested in researching the Court of Desolation. Murtada had lived in his father's shadow all his life. Naturally, he wanted to conduct research that would seem groundbreaking and significant. After Murtada died, the organization tried to use Taj's shame regarding his son to add him to their ranks, toying with others' minds, treating lives like dirt, and doing anything for their own interests. This makes me angry.
Fine, I understand. This is a type of trap I've been working on which uses plants. Here, take some just in case you need them next time. If thrown into the mud, the trap will grow rapidly and disperse a pollen that has a paralyzing effect. I don't have much use for the traps these days, but maybe you will and can help me collect more testing data.
Cyno! Tainari! Oh, so Tainari must be who Nabil saw earlier. Are you also here to see Cyno?
That's right. Cyno asked me to collect some medicinal herbs to treat a girl named Simin. I also dropped by just to check for any injuries. He seems to be fine physically, but he looks a little more lonely than I remember. And Cyno, relax. You don't always have to look so serious, you know? Why don't you play more Genius Invocation TCG? Has always been a little wary of you, and your stern expression certainly isn't helping.
How is Kale these days?
She's grown a bit taller, but her grades could use some improvement. She still made many mistakes on her last test, even after I had marked all the important content in the book for her. Her condition seems to be improving lately, so I plan on having her go outside more. It just so happens that I have something she can help me with.
Huh? You mean Kale is leaving Avidia Forest? What happened?
I've asked her to host some ad hoc lectures to teach the dangers of canned knowledge, as well as how to use it safely. Although we've apprehended all the criminals behind the recent smuggling case, there are many people who are still curious and seek after canned knowledge. So I decided to ask her to work on increasing knowledge and awareness on the topic. Please be sure to keep an eye on her.
I will.
If anything else happens, the three of you can find me in the Avidia Forest. Take care.
Oh, Tainari. This is why. This is another reason why I want Cyno
to attack you in secret. Even if some criminals did slip through our fingers, they wouldn't know that you were involved in the case. So you can relax.
But what about you, Cyno?
It's still not time for me to rest yet. Those who died have fulfilled their wishes, but those who are alive must continue pressing forward. I've been thinking about what Taj said in the Court of Desolation these last few days. His words were not empty. People do change, and no belief can completely resist the erosion of time. I just hope my own change will come slowly, so that I can press on a little further. That way, those who see me as their superior, and those who are following in my footsteps, will learn courage from my example, just as I gained courage from my own superiors, and my partner.
I hope it will make you happy.
I'll be
Cyno.
fine. I'm also enjoying my chat with you right now, you know? There are many things I feel better about once I start to talk about them. Many people want to go to the desert to offer condolences for Taj. But I didn't share details with anyone. I'd prefer to avoid revealing the location of the Court of Desolation. One day, I'll gather some flowers that grow in arid desert conditions. And then, I was hoping you'd join me in planting them on the remains of the Court of Desolation.
And quest completed. Well, we just got given something.
This scenery is wonderful.
By the way, something strange happened a few days ago.
Oh?
A merchant approached me and requested that I cover the cost of a desert travel kit. 1,250,000 mora. I didn't remember owing anyone mora, especially not that kind of amount. So I arrested the merchant on charges of provocation and disturbing the peace. Do you know anything about this?
No, we do, but we don't.
Nope. Paimon has no idea what that could be.
Oh my god, Cyno arrested Dory! Ah! But what is this? Of Ballad and Brood? That means I need to travel to Mondstadt. Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3. 5 days. Our Conquest of Dream, Emptiness, and Perception. Yes, I've done that. Cyno Quest, done that. I fought that. Yeah. Now the important thing is, can we wish? We can wish in 2 days. 98. Sounds from afar in Golden Slumber. Golden Slumber. I've been told that we have to do. I've read, not told. I have read that we have to do this in order to do some pyramids in the desert. So apparently, I have read that if you do this quest, it helps to unlock these pyramids in later when you're trying to figure them out. Excuse me, are you Boniface? We were in the Adventure Girls. Oh, hello there. By the look of you're tired, you aren't locals, are you? I was under the impression that the Adventurers Guild would send local adventurers who might better appraise for the situation. That said, I'm not from around here either. Making a living here is tough for the outsider. My associate and I are both Mondstadters. We originally came here to trade supplies at the request of the research from the academia. You came all the way from Mondstadt to the desert to do business? Of course. Since you came somewhere as remote as the desert, you two must have been around the block too, I suppose. Of course. And we know your hometown pretty well too. Well now, speaking of which, you must know set of Mondstadters apart from others. Freedom? That's right. What we Mondstadters value most is freedom. Right. What I meant to say was we Mondstadters most value is freedom. How does that seem to go again? Go with the wind. Come on, it's actually let the wind lead. Yes, that's right, that's the one. When the north wind blows, some dandelion seeds are blown across the sea to Inazuma, while others get swept away to Liyue. As for me, I was favored by the Animo Oncon and didn't stop at Liyue and got blown all the way to Sumeru. The climate and the way life here might be a far cry from that of Mondstadt, but I'm here and I intend to make the best of things. So that's how it is. Still, could you tell us more about the commission you posted at the Adventurers Guild? Oh well, I accepted that Academia's research commission, didn't I? That's the researcher's name, Terzad. He took me to 2 mercenaries with him to take a look at some ruins, probably for some archaeological research. I didn't really know about the academia stuff. In addition to providing them with the supplies, my associate and I also rented a few subter-beasts out to them. Nichi Tegal, my associate, was worried about them, and they struggled to steer the subter-beasts, so he decided to go with them. We originally arranged to use the Duskbirds to send messages every once in a while, so that I could be informed of their progress or raise supplies to send to them in the situation required. We did exchange messages this way at first, but I haven't heard any. I didn't hear anything from them for at least 2 days. Hopefully there wasn't some sort of accident. That's what I've been worrying about. That's why I decided to post a commission to the Adventurers Guild. But the desert is very dangerous, and you two seem so young. Are you sure you can handle a place like the desert? Are you underestimating us? You've left Mondstadt, so you're out of the loop. But you know that Shay is just no ordinary adventurer. He's also an honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius. Wait. You must be the celebrity Shay? Then you have heard. After all, that's right, yes, the renowned Shay and Paimon and the famed Paimon. Goodness gracious, please excuse my rudeness. I never expected to meet the big hero in a place like this. Oh, the little hero too. If that's the case, I have nothing to say. I just worried that you might have some other important mission at hand, like saving a city, or I don't have any time for like menial commissions like this. Oh, it's not like that we're doing over-the-top stuff like that. We just take ordinary commissions too. Besides, we've already accepted your commission, haven't we? Well, that's great, right? As for your payment, I definitely think it's something that the researchers from the academia is also, has been quite generous. I can picture it now, just as the run into trouble, the great hero Shay descends from the heavens to save them. That should secure you double the payment, right? This deal is a sure bet. What do you think? We have to help them. Great, fantastic. Let's hope for my Cyrus. Yeah, Cyrus is the name of one of the subter-beasts I've rented to them. Cyrus, but doesn't that actually Cyrus know about this? Oh, it's fine. Just don't tell him. No one will know. Anyway, the researcher and the have left the village and headed west. The paths here are hard to make out, but you should be able to find them from the following from the footprints of the subter-beasts. I'll leave the rest to you two. Oh wait, I hope it's not going to be one of them samey thingies like what we did for the Dream Nursery. West. It doesn't come up with elemental sight. Wait. They did. They went alley-oop. How dare they go alley-oop?
Shine down!
Enshroud!
One with nature.
Ah, there was another place.
The wind knows me.
Rest and rebuild!
There is no escape!
Can't see?
Into the wind.
Let's see if I can just... No, I caught him. Ooh.
Hold the line!
Enshroud!
Shine down!
Can't see? Keep up.
Like, literally just one arrow. Oh well, at least I can glide. Expedition desert in the ruins. Researchers prove dangerous with Mora and they can't beat that bad. Haha. Wait, where did this appear from? This wasn't here, like... What? Where did this... What the... I need to do this as well. But where did this come from? I mean, I'm not mad about it, but it was just good to know that, you know.
I hear everything! Enshroud!
Excuse me.
There is no escape!
Oh, hello.
Clouds high. The birds... Illusion ship!
Let's nip that in the bud. One thing after another.
One with nature.
Shine down.
Allow me.
Now you shall perish.
Rust and Reven.
Fallen leaves, adorn my... I'll uproot you. Enshroud.
That was it? Okay, okay.
It's so hot. Time to go. Follow the wind.
I'm just surprised that... There we go. Talk to the people. I'm just surprised. He's dressed like an academia researcher, but what does it look like he reek booze? I think he messed with me and cheated me. Yuck. How long have we been doing this, you know? If we get stuck. If it wasn't for this busted stone slate. Whoa, Paimon thinks he's drunk. Let's go talk to somebody else. Is this one also drunk? I need you to go associate with the Bumfuzz was telling us about. He doesn't seem like he's resting. Let's not disturb him. He looks injured, more like... Did you guys also fall down here? The desert's no place for outsiders. If you have a way back, I suggest you take it as soon as possible. Looks like talking to us is the last thing that he wants to. Let's try somebody else. Let's go ask her. Hello? Ah, are you the newly fallen? What do you mean newly fallen? Oh, do you have a way out? We accepted Boniface's commission to look for Tarzrad's ecological team. That mention from Monster? I know him. So you want to find the archaeological team? Let me think. Oh. Isn't that us? I'm Jet. Some sort of hired me. He said that he hadn't gotten any word from you guys in a while, and he was worried that something might have happened to you. So he asked us to come and to check things out. Paimon wonders if he was able to want to take a break. Are all Mondstadters so anxious? What do you mean, a while? It's only been a day. If it wasn't for that bad fall and the heat stroke that Nachtigall had, we'd also be trying to find a way out. So this pit is... That's right. The desert is an incredible place. One minute you're looking at solid ground, the next you just step directly into a trap. And as you can see, we're trapped here now. Did you guys just get here? Or do we have like another way out? Still, we've searched all over this place, and there doesn't seem to be any way back to the surface. We have a wind glider. A wind glider? I heard Nachtigall talk about them before. They sound pretty great. To be honest, I'd love to give it a flying a try. Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, your little friend here doesn't seem to need a wind glider to fly. Can you teach me? How can I like flit something for free as you? I mean, floaty. Paimon is nobody's little friend. Even Bumfuzz knows that Paimon is famous, and Shay here is just as famous as Paimon. Alright, my renowned little Paimon. Can you teach me? What do you do to float freely through the air like you? I doesn't really know how to answer that for you. If you practice hard enough, maybe miracles can happen. Everyone has their own special talents. There's just no need to force it. That's right. don't get bogged down with either you can fly or not. You work towards something else, like a race or a Russian blood tiger or something. I see, so you must have hired Paimon to teach you how to fly. Didn't you? But still, using a wind glider, I suppose you haven't trained enough, huh? Once you train enough, I'm sure you'll finally be able to fly freely without needing a wind glider. You seem like a really good teacher, Paimon. Can I hire you to teach me too? And Shay, how much more will I need you to hire, Paimon? Wow, you've got a wild imagination. We don't have that sort of relationship. Huh? But isn't this just how Tanya's would hire my father and me? And Ichigo too? Surely I can hire you as long as I have the more to spend. Paimon is my companion. That's right. Paimon won't leave Shay's side. Oh, that's a shame then. By the way, have you seen Taizioto and my father? We have, but you explained the situation. Ah, I see. As I said before, must be having a hard time. With the bad full, as he took to the heat stroke. As for my father, well, he's got a nasty temper. Don't take it personally. As for the tiny son, he's basically been throwing a tantrum since things stopped going smoothly. Said that grouchy kids don't usually get that drunk. You're not wrong. Sometimes father will have a few glasses as well. But I've never seen him get drunk before. How about this? We can go back together and I'll explain everything to my father. You guys don't want to stay here too long, do you? Meet up with Jack. Oh, I've just seen it. Father, I'm back. Yo, Nate, are you doing any better? Right, Paimon and Shay told me about all that's happened. How can you just ignore people, Father? Really, when is that temperament of yours ever going to change? That means we've completed the commission, right? After all, he only asked us to confirm the safety of the archaeological team as well as the Sumpter beasts. Boniface? Wait, what happened? I'll conclude and then blackmail me. That despicable monster came all the way to Sumeru just to extort me, I swear. Is he still drunk? Mr. Taizad, was the price not only greedy upon after discussion, you even confirmed it yourself, so why are you telling a different story now? I usually have my friends full of the researchers' matters, and I've never dealt with business people such as you before. How was I supposed to know the rules about pricing? Tech hadn't told me that you highballed me. I'd still be foolish enough to think that I scored a great deal. Well, I'm really sorry. Father had told me after the fact that I shouldn't have shared it with Taizad. Why Paimon's getting the feeling that this Jack managed to offend all three people by saying that. That's it. I'm laying you all off. There's a limit to how much bullying I'll take. That's not fair. Magical and both of us are in the wrong here. But Father and I hadn't done anything wrong. Besides, didn't we only get stuck in this place because you insisted on coming here? Then you started throwing tantrums after the fall and drank even though you clearly can't hold your liquor. You might have a body for an adult, but you have been acting like a little baby. You... That's enough. Tennyson looked like he's a fate from rage. Now isn't the time to fight. What we should do is by putting our heads together so we can get yourselves out of this mess. Oh, talking sense now. So this crooks Boniface commissioned you to come look for me and your famous adventurer, you say? Well, I'd like to hire you to get me out of this Archon-forsaken place. At this rate, forget my research. Even my life will be cut short. Since you're famous adventurers, surely you are more reliable than... At this double payment bonafide missions, we do. Now that the time for the break. Okay. You're right. Finding a way out together is most important right now. Any other complaints can be addressed once we are safely out. That's right. See, if you can think of your central as Paimon, we will have gotten ourselves stuck in this situation. Jet? I just explored a little bit up, and I found what is ruins. Then leading to the surface there. Doesn't ruins usually constitute as a safe place, and not going anywhere into such an unreliable person? But you're a researcher, aren't you? Shouldn't you be thrilled to have ruins to investigate? I'm an indoorsy, logically research. I should be working indoors and poring over documents, unlike some adventurers who go stark raving bananas by see a pile of old ruins. Oh, you. Don't waste your breath on him. Just don't let his day Admiral wants to. But father, he's our employer, so he has to be the right to decide whether he goes to do or not. We just have to do our jobs. There he goes. He'll come back after father and I have found a safe path. If he doesn't want to come back with us, then he can just wait here. Do-do-do. And now there goes Jack. What should we do? We can't just wait here. You're right. Let's go find a way out. Are you going to ditch me? The payment for the commission is negotiable. You don't have to leave me here in this crook with Mondstadt. From Mondstadt. I've kept quiet up until now, but Boniface and I are not crooks. What ordinary businessman would offer such comprehensive after-sale care? Think about it, Mr. Tisrad. We could have simply received our payment and left it at that, but insisted we let ourselves end up in the same boat as you. I guess that makes sense. But I'm not staying here either way. I'll be more comfortable in the company of an experienced adventurer. But you're still rip-roaring drunk. Why don't you stay here and sleep it off first? I am not drunk. I'm fine. I'm coming with you guys. Don't leave me behind. Then we should get going, and we'll be able to catch up with Jet and the others. I'll wait here for now. I doubt the roads will be suitable for the sumptuous beasts. And while we're here...
Time to go. There is no escape.
I can't believe this goes even deeper. Oh. We're here. Decided to come exploring with us. Cool. What now? You mean the researcher actually changed his mind? He knows the pros and cons, so naturally he came along. Alright, well, you get the chance to show off your skills soon enough. How should we enter this interior of the ruins? This is the researcher's speciality, right? This should be a piece of cake for you, right? Of course, I might be an indoorsy logically researcher, but sometimes as basic as this can't be too difficult from what is written in books. Watch this. This is... There, this should do it. Whoa, the door really opened. Well then, Mr. Tisrad. That's what sets the professionals apart from the amateurs. Paimon wonders what's it like inside. Let's go take a look. Now I want this. Oh. Wait. There's a waypoint? Oh wow, this is beautiful. There's ore here. Explore up ahead through... Ah. More crystal flies. Continue exploring. Ah.
The wind knows it.
There we go. Defeat the opponent. Oh. At first, I was going to be wondering where's the opponent, but it just appeared. Oh wait, we've got NPCs?
A fateful offering.
I can't believe we've got NPCs fighting with us as well.
Time to go.
Just food. Speaking of which, my father lived in the desert. Can't believe we saw like Usanagi meat. Whoa! Did I just get burned?
A fateful offering.
Allow me.
Enshroud. Illusion shatter. But a moment.
But a momentary distraction. Wow, wait, there's 3 Dendrooculus here? Oh my goodness. Right. You don't have enough clearance. What do you mean I don't have enough clearance? Speaking of Dendrooculus, there is one here. Wait, activate. It's a lift. Yes. Oh, I need you. Oh, I need fire. Oh, wait. You. Okay, I missed you. You. Wait, you faced through the door. Okay. Okay. I see it. Do I have... I do not. Right, okay, so I still need Electro, and I still need... Why did I do that?
What shall we do?
This is my original team.
What's happening?
If I know I can get the job done, I can get the job done. I don't need this team anymore. Let's get a mini adventure.
Outrider Amber, reporting.
What is the situation?
We'll need a strategy. Give me a moment to compose myself.
Right. You. There we go. Ooh. 3. 4. Ooh.
Wind strike.
Red tail lizard beast. Ooh.
There is no escape.
Rest and rebuild.
Don't have enough clearance. I hate that. Ugh. Oh my gosh. What do you mean I can't climb? This is so terrible. Oh, scarab. That was so horrible. Ah, stop. I can't go on.
A fateful offering.
Okay. We've been walking around for a while without making any progress, so why don't we just take a little rest? Are you kidding me? It's hardly been any time at all. And I've already been thinking about resting. I said it before, didn't I? I am the indoorsy kind of researcher. I should have never come out in the middle of nowhere like this. Wait a minute, Paimon's confused. Wasn't the archaeological mission your idea? They only came along because you hired them, right? Yes, that's correct. So, it was your idea. Then why have you been dragging your feet this whole time? If we didn't know the truth, Paimon would think that Eurydice was kidnapping you and to get you some legendary treasure in the ruins or something. Ha, you're funny. My father may be a grump, but I'd never let him do something like that. Don't get mad. Paimon's only telling it like it is. Don't bully Paimon. Father isn't really a bad guy, believe me. This is why Terzad is so unmotivated. It's because I don't care about the topic at all, and if it weren't for these, like, accursed stone slates, I'm always being told to be the original in my research and find out materials that no one has ever worked on before. What's the value of meaning of research if everybody is just following the herd and reproducing each other's work? Or so I've been told. What am I compared to such a long-standing academic tradition and all of my seniors in the research? I'm no academic genius. So what can I think of that others can't? There's no academic gap these days that I can't just identify and fill. It doesn't really get academic stuff either, but since this is your job, you should take it seriously. I do. I give it my all. What else would I do to spend so much more to come all this, way for nothing? It's funny, but this scarlet sand slate was actually the research project of a relative of mine. She was originally a young researcher with limitless promise, but one day she left the family behind and eloped with some wild boy from who knows where. I heard that they fled into the desert back in the days. Unfortunately, I was a kid, and I only saw her a few times. I can't remember what she looks like. All the more reason to buck up. Since you're researching the same thing, there's a chance for a reunion, isn't there? Fate is an unpredictable thing after all. Even if it really did meet like that. Even though it really was recognized each other's, how could I even know her face now? The way I am now, I'm no different from a stray dog living off the scraps thrown away by the others. Since I'm incapable of constructing new theories, all I can do is take my chances in the field and see if I can dig up any new materials to base my paper on. Though, when it comes to the King Dershet, the academic community has long since concluded that it was just another self-destructive tyrant. Speaking of which, she must have left this stone slate behind when she left back, because she knew that this lousy thing had no research value. And yet I took it to be a treasure. The silly stone slate. I must have been out of my mind to think I'd really be able to stumble upon something. Still, doesn't really quite to lose heart. We often surprise and discoveries while exploring ruins like these before, right, haven't we? Well, there are at least some treasure chests for sure. That might be that much for treasure. None of us ever have done serious academic research. How could you possibly understand me or the difficulties of being a researcher? Stop talking like a child. The academia might control the route of the academic publications, but they don't have any monopoly of knowledge itself. If this is all you know about the King Durshit, then you should have abandoned academia from the very beginning, because it's clear you won't get any results. Whoa, father! Oh, you're just a paid mercenary. What right do you have to comment on my ideas? So far, you seem to be pretty little in the way of professional credentials. As a researcher, that much you already admitted yourself. Me? I'm? You? Look at the face on the animation. It's like, I'm moody. It gets worked up and the blood rushes to his head, causing him to faint. Oh, what happens? Will it be okay? We should have kept a close eye on him after this, and not let him drink anymore. He must not have completely sobered up yet, when father made him so mad and rushed to his head before, that was weird. Why'd you have to get so mad? We can't stop just because he keeps dragging his feet. Oh, okay, just leave it now and then. Okay. I'll stay behind just to keep himself. Meanwhile, you and Jack keep looking for an exit. Well, what should we do now? Time's a wasting. To my father, he has nothing to worry about. I'll come with you guys. Oh my god. Cool. Continue investigating the ruins with Jet. How familiar. Beep. Whoa, it's moving. Looks like, just knocked down. Not going to attack us. On the second floor, it can float in the air just like Paimon. It's a distant relative. Paimon is relatively to a pigeon. This thing's making weird noises again. Where's the sound coming from anyway? And is it really going to turn on us out the blue? Okay, don't let your guard down. Can you try talking to it? You two are the same size. You should be able to talk to each other, right? How is Paimon supposed to talk to it? Oh, you're messing with Paimon on purpose, aren't you? Teehee. Sounds like it's sort of device. Should we pick it up and try using it? Eek! You scared Paimon. It doesn't seem to want to do that. Yeah, can you understand it, Jen? I can't understand the meaning, but I can get the feeling. What a weird thing. Oh, I think it's a lot like you. You're both really cute. Paimon told you, we're nothing alike. Well, you're round and cute. Paimon, it seems like a little pokey, and it just feels a bit cute. Paimon totally gets it. I think Paimon's cute too. Aw, this isn't the time for this. The way I see it, Paimon doesn't get it, but she does. I don't know why, but it's here, and what it's used for, I will understand if we can get a closer look at it. What should we call you now? I will call you Ben Ben. You like this name too? That's great. How do these two even communicate? Just a strange one. To be honest, Paimon kind of admires her in a way. Ben Ben, it must be boring hanging around here by yourself. Why don't you come with us? As for Paimon, she might be a little superior, but she's just a good kid. Paimon doesn't act super anything. Anyway, Paimon's not gonna fly lower for anyone's, otherwise Paimon will breathe the whole load of sand. Come look at my father with us. He may laugh. Okay. Even though Tenyo's a useless researcher, he's not actually a bad guy. Right? You might even be able to save his research, Ben Ben. Wait. Wanna come with us, Ben Ben? That's great. It said yes. Really? Are you guys really talking to each other? Don't worry, Paimon. Ben Ben and I are really joined at the hip. Right, Ben Ben? Beep beep. We'll go get to where my father is. Maybe Chichan's grown to waking up. Oh my gosh. Ben Ben. Ben Ben. Something that's gonna go here, then you have this, and then this door. Nothing else seems to be here, so report your findings to Jabriel. Ah. Hey, he's awake. Father, I brought another new friend back. Look, I've named him Ben Ben. It's just the fact that she's named him Ben Ben, it's just so funny. Ah, you're awake. Looks like you are going well with my father. I don't know how you can come up with a ridiculous conclusion, but it's not to discuss that for now. But I'm most concerned about now is that thing. Didn't I just introduce you? This is our new friend, Ben Ben. This doesn't seem like something that could be classified as a friend, could it? Doesn't this look like one of those things that attacked us before? You don't have a lot of friends, do you? No, I don't. Wait, what does that have to do with this? You're way too uptight, you just need an open mind, and you'll be swimming in friends in no time. Isn't that right, Ben Ben? Beep. And you're too lax. So you don't know what Ben Ben is either. It's a type, must be related to the Rune Guards. I don't know exactly how to cooperate with it though. But this isn't... But this unique kind doesn't attack outsiders and can even communicate to a certain extent. I don't remember reading anything about this. Terzad! What is it? Isn't that amazing news? This is the material that no one has worked on before. Wait a minute. Could it be? No. It's too early to celebrate just yet. Maybe I was just too narrow-minded and just skipped any relevant prior research on it. Maybe someone has already published tens, theories, and already studied Ben Ben's genealogically. Why does this guy always jump to the worst conclusion? Wait a minute. Something doesn't seem right about it. What is it, Ben Ben? Are you... Oh, Ben Ben seems to be reacting to the stone slate. Pick up the stone slate and walk towards Ben Ben. I hired you, don't tell me what to do. Whoa. Oh, Ben Ben, you're amazing. Farmer doesn't completely understand what it's saying, but it seems happy. A small portion of the slate lit up. What does it mean? Do you have any idea? Hard to say. Only a portion was lit up besides. I already told you before. Rigor is the key to academic research, and you don't want to jump to conclusions, right? Yes, that's true. Looks like we just have to find a way to light it up, and the best way to stone slate. Right, Ben? Beep, beep. Hold on, I have a serious request to make of you, Shay. This has nothing to do with the Jurors and Dread, so I kindly ask you to give us some space. Huh? You're gonna reveal some kind of secret? Come on, I want to hear it too. Mind your own business. But Father, we're all companions here. Doesn't that make this our business? Fine, I'll give all your space you want. Let's go, Ben. What's the matter? Why are you getting so serious all of a sudden? Can you hate me take care of this stone slate? Isn't it really important? It is. And that's why I want you to take care of it. And to be honest, seeing it lit up makes me a little uneasy. I don't trust myself something were to happen. Besides, this weird thing also seems like it has some sort of response to it. The weird thing? You mean Ben? Wouldn't it be better to give the stone slate to Jet or to look after? No. How do I put this? Alright. I don't trust Gabriel. I feel like he has some ulterior motive, and since Jet is his daughter, they're obviously going to be in the same camp. Gabriel might be a man of a few words, but Pyra really thinks that he's reliable. Can you be overthinking this? Jet said it before. He's from the desert. Can you really trust the desert people? I'd sooner believe the Bonifaz didn't defraud me. What do you think, Shay? My backpack's pretty big. It can fit carrots and cabbages, so little more stone slate will be fit no problem. Thank you so much. Okay. Fine, we'll take care of it for you for the time being. You're a huge help. Okay, the Activate Scarlet Sand Slate possesses special clearance. This will allow you to control various devices within the Ruined King's districts left behind. This is what it means by clearance! As you adventure further in, the Scarlet Sand Slate will progressively display key locations throughout the ruins. Follow the slate's guidance and use special clearance to unlock these devices, and you may yet reach places that none before you have ever been. This is what we were missing. That's what we were missing, guys. How are you done whispering to each other yet? We're just about to set up. There you go, we don't need to speak for me. We can do so whatever. Great, we have had a productive day and finally got the feeling that we'll be on our way out in no time. Ben and I will go ahead. Everyone else can just follow. Jet and Ben seem to have hit it off. Cool. Continue exploring and open the door. Okay, it's gotta go higher.
Into the wind.
And there we go. Cool. But we don't want to go... Well, do we? I need to come back down here anyway. Another Sealy.
Time to go.
Ooh.
A fateful offering. Wind strike. Shine down.
Brings a smile to my face. One with nature.
Allow me.
Illusion shattered.
Can't see.
Time to go.
Defeat the opponents.
Hold the line.
Into the wind.
Let's nip that in the bud.
Oh.
A fateful offering.
Follow the path and continue exploring. I can feel a breeze. The exit must be close by. Keep looking and we'll be out of here in no time. Woohoo, we can finally leave. Though it's certain to be nothing but sand for miles around here. That's true. At least we can look at the sky. Where do you guys all find the energy from? First it's exploring and then it's fighting. Let's slow down a little. You and father are the same age, aren't you? How many times have we stopped to rest so far? The mind of a child, the body of an old man. Beep, beep, beep. I told you, I'm an indoor. Oh, forget it. I'm an employer, so just listen to me. Oh, if it is a Nactigal. There you are. When the door on the other side suddenly opened, I knew you'd found an exit. I thought Cyrus and the others. Well, that's pretty brave of you. But if it wasn't a shortcut at all, but a trap. You got a point. You mean that it didn't even occur to you? Well, everything worked out fine in the end. We've reunited, haven't we? That's enough, by the way. We've got a new member here. That's great. That's a 3-month starter for you. But it's better to be cautious at times like this. But isn't it great that we don't have any double back to rendezvous? Now we can find the exit together. Follow the wind and find your way out. But don't let your guard down. Okay, got it.
The wind knows it.
Shine down!
Rest and rebuild. Yeah.
Let's get over there, and here's the exit. Awesome.
One with nature.
Oh wait, I've been here before. Yeah, there we go. Any open skies, feel the dust.
A fateful offer.
There we go. Wait. Are we done? Wait. Sorry, I was. Oh, wait. The usual friend has joined in the archaeological team. The expedition has just begun. Wait, is there part 2 to this? Yeah, Golden Slumber. An introduction to indoor archaeologically.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
Well. Then go to the oasis. Paimon never thought I'd be here in such a place in the desert. A gem on the golden satin. It's quite safe around here, right? I can finally relax. Can Bembin get wet? It shouldn't be a problem, right? Actually, let's just keep it away from water. Rest of us a campsite. Whoa, hello. Go high up and look for Jabriel. Or Jabrail. Wait, why is there What is it? Whose gravestone is this? Who knows? Maybe it belongs to the nameless researcher who once tried their luck like Terzad, but didn't roll high like he did. King Dersh's secret rarely reveal themselves to mortals. Terzad gave you that stone slate, right? How did you know? Keep it safe. Is it important? You can't be unaware of its value, surely. Its value to whom? To your employer, of course. After all, he is dependent on it to write his paper. Anyway, let's head back. We shouldn't keep Jet and the others waiting for too long. We return to the campsite. Oh. Lol. Oh wait, food. Yay. Cool. So Shay, I heard that from Nachtigall that you beat up Storm Terror and made an honorary knight for that achievement. Pardon me, but while you are quite skilled, are you really that powerful? Of course, he's the hero of Mondstadt. Why don't we tell him about the stories of Leeway and Inazuma? Well, books have been only my companion since I remember, and I never had the chance to travel far. Actually, this is my first time traveling so far from home. Right. The indoor archaeologically research. That sounds so lame. I don't want to admit it, but my life has been a bland if compared to all of yours. Just look at this desert. It's practically impossible for these who lack strength to find a single unoccupied oasis. It feels so unhappy. Why not do something else? How about being a traveling merchant like Nachtigall? Or do something you're good at, like me and my father? That's not bad at all, is it? That's not that easy. I come from a family of academics. So I've been receiving training like that since I was a child. Like how a farmer's son learns how to farm, or a blacksmith's son that learns how to strike iron. Well, I'm not doing great, and I can't compare to the talented and established researchers of my family. But as things stand, I'm afraid I can't just do something else. Ugh. I guess I drank a little bit too much earlier. Why am I even telling you all of this? Well, just laugh if you want. I think you're being too stubborn. There's always a choice in life. I mean, just like a Bonifaz and I. We weren't born as traveling merchants, and no one in our families has even been to Sumeru. But we're still here, with the northern wind on our backs. We don't regret our choice at all. Seeing the boundless world unfold before our eyes fills us with the sense of freedom. Yeah, I too think that you're being a little too seriously. Right, like the relative you had mentioned earlier. Didn't she give you family rules, traditions, or anything else to live the life as she wanted to? Maybe she's somewhere in this very desert, just like us, bathing under the milky white rays of moonlight and braving the dry night breeze while looking back at the great day she just had. If only I had the iota of that. I never knew making decisions would be difficult because I never given them any thought. I think I'd lived the life I wanted to as long as I can remember. That's really, never easy. Is that so? Choosing one means giving up on the rest. Wait, isn't it like saying that there are 10 nasty dishes in front of Paimon, but only choosing one that will make it 9 vanish? Oh no! If only there was 10 Paimons to choose from. I like the branches on a tree. Oh, it's like I like branches on a tree. No, it's like branches on a tree. Well, they come from the same roots. They're endless division. Make it so that some may not touch each other for decades or even centuries. Only when the entire tree withers and its trunk decay, with these separate branches finally meet in the soil. Speaking of which, why did you choose to leave the desert? You rarely mention your past, so I see all this very differently from Tizard. I don't have a family tradition, and I don't even remember my mother's face. I only have you, and you only have me. There's no large tree, no branches that tie us together. You might have left the desert long ago, and this might be my first time seeing it for myself, but I have this feeling that we are like grains of sand here in the desert. No family, no objectives. But what are is pretty free. Chat. The desert holds only the past. It has no future. It what lies beneath the sand, and it can be described as the truth, but only when you say that this is something that will bring joy to everyone. I gave up on my path of seclusion not because it's a mistaken path, but because I found a better path. I hope you'll be able to take that bright path. I don't really understand you. If the path of sand isn't what you desire, then why accept Henja's commission? Don't tell me it's because you wanted to take a look at your past. I think you just can't forget the desert and the hot winds that swept it. The strange thing is that I have no memories of the desert, but coming here makes me feel like I have returned home all the same. I love the sand. I just love Paimon and Benben. This is the place with hope too. I'm sure of it. Isn't finding Benben proof of that? It will be a new day tomorrow. The ruins ahead are still waiting to be explored. Keep your chin up. No matter what others say, I think you're a brave person. You've taken that first step and left the comforts of your home. Now, just do as you've already done and take the second step, then the third. I'm sure you'll get to the place where no one has been, and find that special research materials of yours. Huh. Even you can occasionally say some nice things. I'm just speaking my mind after all. I'm as free as the sand. But even the freest of sands should rest in the oasis. It's getting late, so let's get some rest. I'll be on the lookout tonight. Sleep well. O star, high above the wastelands, those nightingales weary from the days, it's like to take off the crowns of roses, cleanse yourself with the wine made from grapes. Sleep, close your eyes, you golden slumbers summon thee, wandering sands. Drink not the bitter salt water, for the sorrows of tomorrows have gone away. Camping out in the desert is terrible. Come on, why are you being so negative again? Well, the two of you are adventurers. Let's talk about you instead. Jeff, how a young girl like you to enjoy sleeping on the sand while dressed like that? I just can't figure it out for the life of me. You're such a pampered guy. Tell me, will even a bean placed under 10 mattresses disturb your sleep? Of course not. Anyway, why would anyone sleep in 10 mattresses? I don't know, perhaps it was just a hobby of a wealthy, for all you know. But should have expected that you'd have a camp outside. What else can you do, anyway? Go back the way we came in? Of course not. The materials we gathered yesterday isn't enough to write anything good. Forget submitting it to the academia. Just reading it will... at the square would get me ridiculed. Oh, look, like you still got some spirit, eh? Of course. This huge ruin is right before me. It must be Kiminu Temple. As a researcher, I must go in and have a look, right? And there it is. Benman? Right, Benman. What a strange thing. Beep boop. I mean, such an extraordinary thing might even be close to linked to King Deshut's civilization. If that's true, I can't turn a blind eye. Going back the way we came in would be worse than putting a bean beneath my mattress. You may as well have my sleep atop 100 benbens. I'd never sleep again. 100 benbens. That really would hurt. Anyway, before I collect enough materials for my paper, until I figure everything out, I shall not leave. I paid all of you very well, so if we do encounter danger, I'm counting on you to earn that pay. Oh, come on. We already are companions on a journey. Of course we'll protect you in the face of danger. My father and I are professionals. And I'm amazing too, and you have nothing to worry about. Who knows what the future holds? Better to be safe than sorry. Father, the merchant can rest in the oasis while we're away. Gladly. We'll discuss our contingency plan. But we must bury some of our supplies before we leave. In the worst case scenario, the merchant may be forced to leave. This way, we still have some supplies to come back to, even when it happens. Is that really necessary? Underestimate the sand and you'll pay with your life. Whoa, father. He definitely has his reasons, but it's always good an idea to prepare for even every possibility. This should do it. Right, let's set out then. Slow down, my hangover isn't... You better hurry up or someone else will publish a paper about this before you. Don't say anything like that. You ready? Leg out. So which one is it? Oh, it's the middle. Oh, it's this one. I tried to look at it before this morning.
There is no escape! Into the wind! Time to go. Follow the wind.
Oh, it's this one. Oh, okay. Oh, now that we have this clearance thing, it should be a lot easier. I thought it would be smooth sailing this time, but we still have to figure our way in to get the door open. Isn't that good news? At least that means no one's ahead of me. Even that means we have chosen the same path to get here first. The academia researchers aren't alone in covering indigenous relics. What do you mean, converting? It's legitimate research approved by the academia. Don't you dare compare me to treasure hoarders. Oh, do you remember how Benben somehow made the stone slate light up? Let's have a look at it. Maybe we can discover a clue. Doing with Shay? Well, Shay is an expert adventurer, but has been ruined mechanisms. Giving him this important item will help us giving him the best use for it. Yes, that's it. That was my intention exactly. Is that how it is? Fine. You have to do it, point. So, Shay, have you figured anything out? Nothing so far. Well, we don't know nothing about the research. It's never too late to learn. Someone as knowledgeable as me can't afford anything out. I suppose I should really improve it myself. 10 years of hard work won't do anything for a layman. Just forget it. You'll never know if you don't try. Wait, Ben's acting a little strange. Maybe Ben can open the door. Wait, he just opened the door. He actually opened the door. I think Ben is saying he's capable of more than just that. Simon gets a feeling that Ben is much more useful than the stone slate. Or maybe we should ask this instead. Will this stone slate really be of any use? Of course it will. It has to. I may lose my mind if it's less than to Ben. Be patient. It's too early to make the judgments. Well, you're right. A shirtless researcher is bound to be moved under patience. But neither Paimon nor Shay has researchers. We need to be patient nevertheless. But that's true. Open the door, right? Now that the door is open, you're eager to go inside, aren't you, Ben? Alright, then you'll let the archaeological team go. I don't know, we should be fine if we stay close to Shay, right? Come on, let's get moving. You do not have enough clearance. Fine. How do we gain clearance? Okay.
Time to go.
Okay. Oh. Oh. There is.
Time to go.
Allow me.
Enshroud. One with nature. Gah!
don't want to go too far.
Time to
go. Okay. We'll walk up with you, babes. We'll walk up with you. Ah, there it is. Release. And that big door is opened. I'm rattling around the door, but nothing happened to him. He seems like he's been talking to the door earlier. Stop the nonsense, doors can't speak. But something like Ben shouldn't be able to speak either, right? That's true. I guess Pineland unknowingly accepted that Ben can speak well. But beeping isn't really considered speaking. As long as the communicative is archived, it doesn't really matter what language you use. It's something we're familiar with. For example, animals have their own language, and the sun has its own language too. If we don't understand it, then Paimon's curious, really wants to know how to stop Ben is saying. Oh, I see. Oh, of course not. It's just that I mentioned before. I can sense some of its emotion. But once you can understand Ben's emotions, try to guess what Ben's saying isn't that difficult. Well, to be honest, Paimon doesn't sense or understand anything. Just a little. What? Really? Well, no one has been here a very long time. Of course. Someone has been here, but they weren't able to open the door. Even Ben can't open it. Okay. The door is protecting something that was very important, and some of it has been passed out and has almost forgotten about how to use to open. People used to come here long ago, and some weird even passed this way many times a day. I mean, it's such a huge door after all. People used to walk here. Oh, it must have been a mischievous cat that no one could catch a coat. Or maybe so many people passed through here. Huh? Wait a minute. Did the door tell Ben all that? Of course not. They're just guesses I made based on Ben's emotions. I almost believed you. I had unknowingly concluded into my paper. Wouldn't everyone laugh at me if I published it? How will you make it up to me when that happens? That would be your own mistake. As a researcher, you should be able to distinguish the authenticity of your material you collect. That was close. Paimon almost believed her too. Thank goodness we don't have any papers to write. We have a long journey ahead, so stop wasting my time. This place is huge and filled with doors. If we do this in front of every door, who knows how long will it take us to finish? Wouldn't that be perfect? You aren't fond of camping outside, but this place has walls and ceilings and even the research materials you want. Kingdosh civilization fell due to tyranny, and this place isn't probably a mausoleum. You'd rather spend 2 weeks in the desert than spend a single night here. Do you and Kingdosh have jet? Alright. The others are still waiting for us in the oasis. Let's keep on exploring. They love to talk. Right. Wait, there's one here? Oh my gosh. I'm exhausted. Moreover, besides Ben, we haven't made any discoveries and making the exhaustion all well worth it. This place is huge. I've seen so much on the way here. Paimon's sure there is a lot to write about it. Even if Paimon doesn't really know how much of these things. Neither of you are researchers, so of course you don't understand. What we've witnessed this whole time can only be considered as proof for existing research concept to Ben. How should I explain this to a non-researcher? Let me put it like this. I want my paper to get approved by the Academia's review. It's like love. What does this have to do with love? Your lover is the Academia of Research. The current situation is that I want you to love it. A paper must stand out to pass the review. Just imagine that you're pursuing your ideal partner. If you're no different from any other candidates, that's how will you capture their hearts. That analogy sounds like a real sketch, you know. The way to just really thinks is strange. In my opinion, a couple just be considered to be suitable. There's no reason to compete with each other. I shouldn't have made that example. Just forget what I just said. I guess there is a little end to the chat. It'd be more difficult if we split up and look for clues. As an archaeological expedition, I have no insight. Who cares about the efficiency? That stone slate has just lit up once. We definitely find a way to make it light up completely. We just have to not give up. But how can you guarantee that? Wait, so you really do know something, do you? What I do know is that there may be any hope if we continue forward, but we'll leave the empty-handed if we turn back. Well, that is true. I'll still worry about this and that. And agile researchers like you have to finally gotten into the port to enter some ruins. So just treat it as a chance to view some of your seniors' research subjects for yourself. You're right, I should be more professional, but even if we're going to split up, I want Shay to stay close to me. Okay, that's fine. Okay, cool. If there's any danger here, and while you might be the researcher, you're in terrible puzzles, you should be a burden to Shay. Exploring ruins has never been my forte, but if I'm given enough time, and a pen and paper, then such problems will be no problem at all. Alright, anyway, just shout, help me, if you're in danger or something. One of us will be there in probably no time. What if no one you do? It's impossible as breaking open 10 bed eggs in a row for breakfast. I think you need some lessons in mathematics, Jet. I could introduce you to a teacher once we return. My goodness me. Okay. There should be a door. Yeah, that's a door.
Time to go.
Oh.
Fateful offering. Time to go. Time to go.
Okay. Oh, return. Return to the previous room. I wasn't reading it correctly. There we go. Try to unlock the rooms located deep within. Wait, what's this? While exploring within Kardashian's ruins, you may encounter platforms with a unique etching on them. There are platforms that name illusionary keystones, and when it's stepped on, they will disappear. Do not hesitate when you step over them, just press on. Okay. kind of suspensey music.
Time to go.
Ooh.
Brings a smile.
Shine down.
So much raw meat. Okay, there's gotta be a way to get that Dendro Oculus. Let's just start climbing, eh? Okay, that's not gonna work. Luckily, I have Kazuha. Where are you? Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, cool. Right, flip.
Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering?
Ah, there it is. I was wondering where it was. Wait.
Time to go.
There is no escape.
Oh. Oh. I think there's a slight glitch there. That's gonna really annoy me.
Time to go. Follow the wind.
Oh wait. Alright. There's gotta be...
Follow the wind.
Oh, it's in that room. Let me guess. Not enough clearance. Damn it. Oh well. Right, I think the next one is going into the room.
Time to go.
We went that way this time, so we go this way. Oh, I know where this one is. Oh, this is that big room with the boat. Yes, I know this. I just need some way to actually get onto it. Whoa.
Into the wind.
Nice crit. I actually didn't see the numbers, but I just saw the crit, right? Oh. Try to unlock the door. They should move. Ah, there we go. There we go.
Time to go.
I was actually wondering, like... And there's a door... Oh. Wind. No. I don't have clearance.
Time to go.
So I'm just stuck down here. Surely that can't be possible. Higher. Try to unlock the room located deep within there. Go higher. Something that's here, something that's here. That opens that door. I'm stuck now. Right, let's go. Wait, can I even climb up now? Wait. Okay, I can still climb it, that's fine.
Follow the wind.
Do I need to talk to somebody, or... There we go. This is what I've been waiting for. I knew there was something. This is what I was waiting for. Is there another thing? It's me like pondering this like for the longest time. Great. As expected of my assistant, no mechanism or puzzle shall ever be your match. No need to exaggerate. Shay is impressive, but you should help out too, Tezzard. Speaking of which, didn't you complain about being exhausted and not discovering anything so far? How are you this motivated now? It's because my research intuition tells me that we're about to make a breakthrough. Research is intuition. It is like an adventurer's instinct. Oh! Paimon gets it. That's the ability to predict that there will be an ambush at the corner of the trap behind the door, right? Ah, there we go. You just be careful, Shay. I'll prepare for battle. There we go. Motivation. And what do you do with the sense of being? My concentration is lacking in the aspects, and if there is danger, I'll be counting on you to have my back because I have hired you. Alright, the elevator. No, yeah. I want to see if I can open that door though. Don't tell me I have to come back. Clarence. Yes, I don't have any Clarence. Clearance. So rude, this game. It's like, why are you making me come back here? Fine, I'll ride the elevator. Oh, we're going down. Deeper into the dungeon. Enter the room located deep within. Ooh. Wait, higher? I need to go higher. Wait, what? But we just go down. Ah, there we go. Okay, never mind. Is this a mural? Whoa. You alright? Of course I am. I'm terrific. I've never felt better. Since Paimon and Shay aren't from around here, it's understandable that you don't recognize its worth. As for Jabral and Jad, I guess it's knowledge issue. No, it's to do with about the knowledge about... Paimon, let me touch you for a moment. What can you discern from this mural? There are so many people, and something in the sun, and an eye. Has no talent for this. Why do you even ask if you already knew, huh? And what about you, Shay? What do you see? It's a significant subject about a great king. It's a very symmetrical painting. It is symmetrical, but it isn't a matter of style alone. It's symbolic of solid structure and a rule by force. The sun is the eye, symbolizes the kingdomship. Beneath him are the 7 pillars, so we call them that holds the kingdomship's pyramid of the authority. As for the subjects, they are insignificant. They dare not express any complaint. They are forced to submit. But even so, they couldn't escape description. Is that really the case? Come now. How can I be wrong? The theme of this mural fully confirms to be the depiction of the King Duchess in everything I've ever read. I'm a terrifying king who used absolute and supreme authority to keep all of his subjects beneath him. But this mural feels so peaceful to me. Everything feels so orderly, and everyone has their own place and duty. Isn't that good? What kind of crook interpretation is that? You can make up stories about Ben talking to doors, but deciphering murals and the history of King Dershot's civilization is my area of expertise. But, now, I won't hear any more buts. Everything I have said has proven to be prior research, and this mural will become part of the Vahamana too. Of course, I'll be the one to write it. Isn't it entirely correct, but you know a little about the sand. You hardly said more than a few words all this time, but you're standing up on your daughters now. I may not be a match for you in battle and strength, but I could share is on my side. You'll take my side, won't you? That's not appropriate. We're all traveling together. We're all companions on this expedition. Even if our opinions differ, we should fight over it, right? What? Together? I started this expedition and I paid for it. All of you are employed by me. Moreover, I am the only one with the formal academic trainings. A layman has no right to speak of academic skills. One who only draws from others can hardly call himself an independent researcher. Then let me hear your unique insight. This destroyed kingdom was once strong and beautiful. It may be difficult to believe that all of this was built in the desert. And you only see the obedience revealed on the surface, but fail to notice that the distraction of their hopes. It was their hope that tied the people to the sand and the King Deshots. They thought this would help them overcome the calamity, but we know the outcome of that. Even delusion should have limits. Are you trying to overturn all prior research? I don't think there's significant evidence for any of this nonsense. Well, what a coincidence. I too do not think that the opinion of the struggling researcher who came here out of the desperation holds any weight. You... I never knew you had a sharp tongue. Arguing won't change things. Exactly. Paimon can't figure out what you're arguing about, but if it's academic, there's always room for discussion. So put your differences aside for now. You can't convince each other anyways. So let's just continue our investigation. Perhaps we'll discover more clues. And then we can see who is right and who is wrong, hey? That is so frustrating. Shouldn't have discussed academics with the layman. Hey, what's going on? Lol, he headbutted the door. Whatever it isn't my fault. This path looks like it leads upwards. I don't see any more traps. Paimon wonders where it belongs, but staying here won't change anything. So let's continue, shall we? And to ride the elevator. The Secret of Al-Amar. Ooh. I am a leaf. I'm joking. Oh my god, this is so strong. Wait. Whoa, these rooms are magnificent. Are we outside? Yeah, we're outside. We're outside. Are those ordinary ruins? If the records are correct, they should be King Dershot's mausoleum. It's where the tyrant is buried. Should we still go forward then? All questions have an answer, and all answers slumber here. I will do this, even if she shares some ignorant mercenaries in the error of their ways. Let's head over carefully. I'm really curious. Are we gonna go in? Paimon feels even smaller now that it's gotten bigger up closer. Paimon feels insignificant as a grain of sand. This is also what King Dusha's means of ruling, building huge spectacles in this subjects of smaller insignificance into them, thus achieving the primary of domesticating them. Act of the huge amount of manpower to build such a spectacle in the desert is a testament of King Dusha's tyranny. And the door opens. Whoa, so Ben can even open the door to this huge. It's difficult to say. Maybe it just opened on its own. It may have nothing to do with Ben. Why is it being so stubborn? Then let me explain this thing. Ben opened the door. What's the logic behind that? Doesn't really know. Ben, what is it? Do you want to go inside? If there's anything familiar inside? A grain of sand is insignificant, but an ocean of them possesses immeasurable strength. Researcher of blind faith. Do you really have the courage to step foot into the sands? We're already here, so of course we must go inside. Still, my researcher's intuition is telling me that the danger ahead is incomparable to that of dangers we faced before. I doubt I can trust either of you desert dwellers, so Shay, I'm counting on you to keep safe. Oh my god, now you're just being rude calling, the people who you hired desert dwellers. You don't get it all. The conclusion of use of academia has no different from battle. Jeez, this guy's really getting on, getting more annoying every minute. So, are you all done? Let's just go. So Ben really wants to go inside. Let's stop delaying then. Come on. Stop your dilly-dally. Come on, let's go.
Shine down!
Hold the line!
One with the forest! One with nature! The wind knows me. Time to go.
Phew, thank goodness Benden's alright. Seriously, stop rushing up so quickly. What if you get into trouble? So it should be called an injury or a malfunction? What does it matter? There aren't any doctors or technicians here anyway. We do have a bunch of angry adults though. You're absolutely right about that. I'm not angry. This place is full of evidence. It will not take long to prove that I am right. I mean, look at all these huge coffins. Wait, what? How do we even get this thing open? Paimon can't figure out if he's being brave or cowardly. What are those? Are huge statues here? Do they look like they're gods? They're so intimidating. Paimon thinks it's best if you don't touch anything here. They're just rocks. We have nothing to fear from rocks. There may be a mechanism around here somewhere. Let me take a look. We should split up and search for clues. Try to open the coffin.
fateful offering.
Time to go.
Oh, not ready. Cool, that's one. Right, cool. But hold on, I need to get this chest.
Brings a smile to my face.
Okay, cool. Right, okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. And then there was this side. There was a place going down, right? Yes, there we go. Aha. Sacred field. Okay.
Time to go.
There's gotta be somewhere on the left. Hold on, BRB guys, I'm just going in for a 5-minute break.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it. This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer. Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth. This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
I am back. Let's try and get this tomb solved. Right. Okay, there's this way.
One with nature. Illusion shattered.
Can't see. I think we can forgo the lost and found report.
Okay. No. This is obviously not yet. There we go. Incredibly helpful. No. Aha, there we go. Going higher. Higher. Don't have clearance. I'll try another way for now, because I don't see any path or anything extra. Wait, did I just get lost myself? Yes, I did. Okay. there's also a door there. Aha. Cool.
Brings a smile to my face.
Finally opened 2 coffins, right? Okay, but something's going on here. So... no reaction. Okay.
I follow the wind. Time to go.
There's another one somewhere, so there might be a... And nothing here. I don't have enough clearance. Dang. Don't have enough clearance. Let's see if I can find another one of them. Hopefully there is. Yep.
Time to go.
No, no, oh my gosh.
Brings a smile to my face.
Oh, is that it? Oh, that's made me sad. Still have to go through this way though. Hey, it does provide a bit of burn damage. Wait, what? I'm being silly. Right, then my next one is just this one here. Okay, there we go. Finally done. Impressive as always. I definitely credit you if I'm able to publish my paper successfully. Although, what are we about to do with disrespectful? It's all done for the academic process. I promise it's not for the selfish pain. Huh? Wait. Huh? There's nothing in here. How is this possible? But these diagrams... Wait a minute. Let me think. I get it now. This has to be an illusion. Of course, Ding Shirter knew that inquisitive researchers like me would come with the desire to get to the bottom of things and uncover all of his secrets. So, of course, he wouldn't let others get to that so easily. Thus, he built this huge mausoleum and prepared so many doors and rooms. He even went so far to prepare illusions like this to mislead us. The most important thing wouldn't be placed in such conspicuous spots. Moreover, this place is too low. Very too low. The real treasure is definitely higher up. It must be closer to the sky. What utter nonsense. Oh, well, let's hear what you think. I may not be able to say what exactly it's for, but I know for sure with what you say is untrue. Does someone like you even have the right to say that? I only draw from the work of others. You don't even have the intelligence to use the work of others. Indeed, but I am still convinced that you know too little about the sands. Still going on about the sands. What you see is the truth. Just you wait. I'll find solid proof that you can't refute. Up. Let's go up. Shay, let's find a way up. Paimon's worried about the Tizard is getting himself into trouble if he goes down. Well, that's convenience. It's just the fact that there is just a lift. I feel like I've been here before. Go to the highest floor in the mausoleum.
Time to go.
Theoretically, this should be where the king's organs are stored. Just like before, nothing physical is stored here. What do you mean? Oh, I have a theory, but I need more evidence to prove it. Father, what do you think? I'm sure you know something, right? Even if you don't tell me or anything. The stone slate is the key, but I can't open all doors. Even the key must first activate to receive its acknowledgement. Ben, what do you think is correct? Now that I've calmed down a little bit. I understand that Jibril is challenging my views. You said that he was once from the desert, perhaps some experience, maybe the level. I've been treated to knowledge that maybe is true to knowledge, of course, and naturally there is no academic records of such things. His superstitions are understandably considering the society he's lived in. Sorry, I'm being distracted. I've just got messages. But Jet, do you really think if Ben words are worth believing that they're, after all, words that came out of nowhere instead of actual academic research, you know? But Ben has helped a lot on our trip. As for you, you've done nothing but talk. Paimon, you were an adventurer with vast amounts of experience. Unlike that father-daughter pair, you have no links to this place, so what do you think? Whoa, you can't just bring that on us. Well, Ben is right. But no one can really understand Ben. Even if you asked me, we wouldn't be able to answer that question. Instead of worrying about different opinions, why do we focus attention on the real problem? Like, oh right, didn't the stone slate light up earlier, but there's still so many blank spots on it, so why don't you think we've been able to find clues on the stone slate? Why don't we take a look at the stone slate? Oh. Whoa, it's shining. Looks like it's opened up a new passageway too. So it really is a key. But if you look closely, there's still empty patches. Can you tell us about the symbols there? I'll have to answer once they're all lit up. It's too early now. I can't jump to conclusions. You know, that does make sense. If the people of the past were fond of using inverted sentences, we may come to a completely opposite conclusions if we don't have all the information. You know, Batman kinda doubts that would happen. Since the passageway for the next place shall have shown itself, we have no other choice but to push. Yeah, let's just push forward. If we continue, right? Let's be more careful from now on. And Ben just goes whoosh. Wait, what just happened? Oh, thank goodness you're finally awake. I doesn't know what happened either. We were here when Paimon woke up. Maybe it was a trap. Let's go look for the others. Some of the devices in King Deshret's ruins will allow you to increase the clearance level of the Scarlet Sand Slate. The higher the clearance the slate possesses, the more devices it can control.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them. If you
Wait,
wish to
why
hear
are we here? Why? Are we back here again? Whoa. Defeat the Fatui. What is the Fatui doing here?
As one with wind and cloud.
Rust and Reven!
I hear everything. One with the forest. I'll bury you.
Ow.
Into the wind.
Enshroud.
Let's end this quickly.
Oh, you're finally here, my savior. I woke up to find myself in this place and my whole body felt like it was falling apart. That wasn't even the end of it. I went back to Greatly to finally put Jet and her father back together, and then the Fatui attacked. Whoa, that's terrible. Did you see Bembem on the way? He's gone. I searched all over and have no avail. We didn't, did we? We didn't. Bembem must be headed up. Oh, there. So anxious. Benben has helped so much. He's part of our group. We must find Benben. Fine, you win. Let's go find Benben first. But that's impossible. I wouldn't have chosen this place if it was a hot research topic. True. After all, you said yourself that you weren't a very good researcher. You probably wouldn't mind standing a chance against the elites. Hey, it's called avoiding battles where victory isn't guaranteed. Either way, this place may be more troublesome than we expected. Let's advance forward. Froggy. Not another Froggy.
One with nature. Time to go.
And now there's water.
Allow me.
Enshroud.
The wind knows me. Brings a smile to my face.
Higher. A Fatui.
Hold the line.
One with the forest.
Finally, some quiet.
Proceed deeper with and find Benben.
Keep up.
That's so low.
Yeah. Follow the wind.
A new punch. Come at me.
Shine down.
Can't see.
I see what you mean. Looks like I went too far.
Smells like something good is inside.
Illusion shattered.
Thrust and rebuild.
Ah, no, the sun. Apparently I need to go higher. And now I need to go this way. Yes. And another one? Ugh, that room's, I wonder if it was a trap. Why did it send us here? It is common practice to attempt to expel outsiders. If you want a technical advantage, you have to wait until I return to ask with the usual experts. Oh, but I wonder, if Kim Deshred was a tyrant like this, why was it the lethal mechanism anyway? Oh, we are just lucky that we haven't encountered one yet. I hope that we never do. Continue our expedition on this path. I don't want to give up when we're finally some clues to find a sunset. Those guys down there aren't friendly. We must find a way around it. Press forward. It's the Fatui and the Emirites again. You know, Paimon's been thinking, did they kidnap Ben? We've got to rescue it. Calm down. Are you kidding? I'm just an ordinary researcher. I came here to solve academic problems, not to fight. But we wouldn't be able to get here without Ben. Also, Terzad, you'll never be able to solve these academic problems of yourself without Ben either. That's right, we've got to rescue it. Even if it's a safe for completing the expedition, you're not afraid of them, right? Okay. But first, I'm gonna do this waypoint. I was wondering when you'd get here, my dear Jabril. Huh? And here you are, just as expected, even without an invitation from me. Oh, how long has it been since we last spoke face to face? Even my finger on both hands are enough to count the years. What about you? Do you remember Jabril? Well, this guy seems really strange, but it's like he knows Jabril. How cold is our reunion after so many years apart? Not worth a glass of wine and a toast? You know, I don't hold the past against you. Either that, or I'm Samuel the straight shooter. There's still a place for you in Tutmos. Just say the word and everything can get back to how it was. Indeed. We can even go claim the debt that Babel owes us. I knew it! wasn't a good person. He's actually an old friend of someone like this. Nonsense. Father may have kept some things from me, but I believe he has his reasons. That really hurts, Jet. How do you know my name? How could I not? Why Jabril got such a cold heart? It's like father like daughter, I see. Ah, dear Jet, you may have forgotten me, but luckily I still remember it very well. I held you in my arms when you was a baby, when the moonlight on one side and the bonfire on the other, and just like at your parents'. It seems like Jabril didn't tell me you at all. Come on, that can't be. Jabril couldn't even tell you your own daughter the truth? Oh well, I suppose I shouldn't be too shocked. After all, we did call you the treacherous grit. As I listened to my subordinates reporting to me about the responses of the foreign merchant in the oasis, I started to wonder who gave them such wisdom, yet only instructed them without explaining anything at all. But even if I could never imagine that little Jet's face in the heart of the foreign merchants for the strangers to you. You don't even dare to tell you about the past. Why aren't you afraid she'll hear about your history of betrayal and look down on you? Father, Samuel, to be honest, I'm quite relieved to see that you're still the happy, lippy fellow I remember. Now that I have nothing to worry about if I beat you to the point where you'll leave your own record. Ah, so you are afraid. You're afraid of this ghost of your past and will seek you out and the debt that you owe? Oh, but of course, I have the right. Secrets of Al-Amar belongs to the Thutmose, yet you took the key and betrayed us. You betrayed all us grains of sands. Just look at yourself. You're with children and cowards, with the ferocity you once had. Flowed and the sands flows between the fingers. Enough. Hand Ben over. Ben. Oh, that mechanical creation? Did you hear all that? Gabriel actually calls this thing Ben. Unfortunately, these Neshnians aren't old acquaintances, or this would be much more amusing. Hand over Ben, or else. Or else what? Is this even necessary? Ultimatum after ultimatum? Have you finally changed your mind? Do you plan to finally sit down and catch up with me? Oh, right. Do you remember what happened to Ulfra? Yeah, you've forgotten, right? It's fine, even if you have forgotten. I can help you refresh your memories. Again and again. What is this guy talking about? We do have another way of communicating, don't we? Come on, Dad. Why don't you and that kid over there lend him a hand? After all, Gabriel is much more weaker than he used to be. That guy Samuel looks strong, but we'll give him a good thrashing when we can get Ben back.
Time to go to one with nature.
A Brashman!
Fallen leaves, adorn my shine down! I'll uproot you! If you shroud!
And I've just done version. Ben, are you alright? It seems fine, but a little sad. Hey, Joe, you better tell the truth right now, assistant, or I'll have to go our separate ways. Samil is clearly some manner of a villain, but he was so friendly with you, and even with Jet, so you are part of the same group. I knew it all along. You agreed to the commission without even asking about the details. It's because you had this plan right. You plotted with Samil to trick a simple and ignorant researcher like me to uncover the secrets here for you, and even if you used your own daughter to gain the trust for the sake of the goals, didn't you? And you, Jet, the naivety and ignorance of yours was just a facade that Jamil made you put on, wasn't it? And what kind of an actress you are. Tarzan, you're too much. Paimon thinks that Jet really was in the dark about this, but as for Gabriel... Paimon, you too. Shay, wake up. It's my kindness and gullibility that made me fall for their lies. Don't follow in my footsteps. What are you talking about? I'm no actress. And you, father, this isn't time for secrets too, and I want to know the truth. I won't make excuses for my betrayal, nor do I think I made the wrong choice. Remember Zoran calling Jabril something like that? A treacherous grit? Yes, there's nothing to hide there. And once I wanted to understand people, thought most, no matter what it was in the past. Now anyway, Samuel is a madman through and through. He will stop at nothing to achieve his objectives. That wasn't enough. My wife, Jet's mother, was killed by him. So that's what happened, and that's why you've never mentioned her. Your mother was a researcher too. If it wasn't for me, she would have had a brighter future. At least she would have lost her life at such a young age. Terzad. What? I won't just believe a word you said. That's reasonable. It was I who concealed my motives, so I brought this upon myself. At least you got some self-awareness. But no matter what, I'll protect you until this commission is over. No way, it's obviously that Samuel has bone to pick with you. If you stay with me, I don't want to be targeted by something like that. Ah, you're being stupid again. That's just an old grudge between the current priority and the definite king that has treasure. Why would you have taken Ben otherwise? So, he would come for you, even if my father wasn't here. After all, you have the key to solving everything. I do. The stone slate. Good thing I gave it to Shay for safekeeping. I knew it wasn't hands-on from her. Hey, it's not just the stone slate, but your intelligence too. The knowledge you possess at the researchers is something called covetts. I don't want to be targeted in the place. I'll do my job. Yep, there we go. We'll protect you. Don't want to waste the pines. Crop into the shadows. I hope that you keep your word. Concealed, staying united until the end. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. But it's strange what Samuel's doing here. What is he doing here? I'm sure he has a plan. Clues around, then absolutely we can't afford any different in this expedition. Let's just keep it up. I wonder if I'm nearly at the end, because this is a lot. Higher. Oh. Wait, did we go down this before? Yes, we did. Okay. I remember it.
Time to go. One with the forest.
Hold the line.
Illusion shattered.
The wind knows me.
This battle music is kind of ace. Wait, why did
Says
it just
there are
disappear?
benefits to a life
There
of
we go.
luxury.
Allow me.
That was so weird.
See?
There is no escape. Into the wind.
Wait. That's so mean! Oh, that's so mean. Right. Is that everything?
Time to go.
I don't even know where all of them are.
Hold the line.
One with the forest.
Illusion shattered.
Can't see?
Oh. Oh.
Keep up. Smells like something good is inside.
Okay, so what happens if I turn all the doors on? There we go. Cool. Let's fight.
Shine down.
Enshroud.
Oh, wait. Wait. Oh. Oh, I'm missing. Oh.
Wind strider.
Rust and Reven.
Illusion shattered.
Can't see?
Whoa. Oh.
Allow me!
Shine down! One with nature. Into the wind. Illusion shattered.
Enshroud. Keep up.
This is traveling such a long way. Finally.
Like a lamb to the slaughter. Well, the wind knows me.
Allow me!
Can't see?
I'll be back.
There is no escape.
Looks like I went too far.
Take them. I have no need.
Oh. I mean, we must be getting close to unraveling the mystery of Ama. And the door is opened. Let's get going. This should be the last. Okay. And let's have a look at the stone slate. I like how it says that this should be the last, and it's just like... Wait, what's going on? Is it showing a map? It's lit up as expected, and there's a map. It's a map. Oh. It continues. These symbols on the stone tablet slates should be the area of expertise, right? So it shouldn't have time to give us any explanation. Yes. These inscriptions are most likely texts of praise. Someone in the exiled position, like the king, would naturally be fond of it like this. Look, are these wanderers are the attempts of the whitewashing his rule? Whitewashing, you say? But Paimon remembers you saying something different earlier. Rule by force? Exactly. You spoke of submission and terror before, and you sounded convinced then too. But what do you mean? These are conclusions I've come after careful analysis of reasoning. Just look at it. Why would it be of an attempt of whitewashing? It's very common for the ruler to sugarcoat all their deeds. Since the entire room was made by King Deshret, that's not hard to imagine that this is the purpose, right? Reflecting on your own shortcomings in your work, well, researchers do that. Though they may mostly just write off a few hypocritical lines in the acknowledgement of the research paper and call it a day. And you know what? They're just pretending to be modest. Why would any academic really believe that they're incompetent anyway? Somehow Paimon gets a feeling that he's hurting himself by his own words there. I must admit that liberals and emphasis just give me some inspirations, but an outstanding researcher should be able to accept the opinion of others when they are correct. Needless obstinacy will make it impossible to make an academic breakthrough. Don't you think so too? You said everything that can be said from either side, even though anything left for us, you do say. It's nothing of sort. This is dependent on the understanding. Inability to realize that shows that you still have a long way to go. Speaking of ways, in the place that's marked on the map is our next destination. Yes, I think it's where all the treasure meets and all its secrets end. Of course, it will be the end of our grand adventure too, and the Penny Limited chapter and our masterpiece. While I really wish to obtain all the answers at this instant, my body is exhausted. Any others are still in the oasis, right? Smells have reported to him in the merchants. Do you think they were attacked? Oh no, I almost forgot about that. I told them what to do if something else happens, so they should be fine. Whoa, that's the first Paimon's ever heard of Jebrio being so uncertain. Let's just be in a group as soon as we can, and if it's bad, then with hot water, and then we can get ourselves there. Right. Return the oasis. Are you telling me it's behind this wall? Rude.
Time to go.
I can't believe that there was some, like... Oh. I was gonna say some hidden... Wait, didn't we get these? I will have to travel them to another time. And it's so pretty at night. Let's see what happened to the guys at the camp. Yep.
Hold the line.
Enshroud.
I'll take myself if I need. Your journey ends here.
Ooh.
Keep up.
A new enemy.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Excuse me, you just summoned like a crocodile.
See?
Absurd.
Pound it to the
One with nature.
I'm just so happy that you are alright. They really came at us. Luckily, Jabril gave us some instructions beforehand, so they didn't make things too difficult for us. Trevor's whip, and then it would probably do so much better than it currently is. To think of highly of him, experience talking to. Father wouldn't do something like that, surely. There's no need to argue with him. It's my fault. I don't care what happened in the past. As far as I'm concerned, you have nothing to do with Samuel now. And that's enough for me. What's going on? I thought the night in the Oasis might bring us all closer together. Why are you all at each other's throats again? It's a long story. I see, but I don't have the right to comment on it. Why's that? Well, that's because Taizad is the one who's paying me. No matter who I support, I'll be in a difficult spot. If I support Jabril, Tarzad will be screaming at me to get lost. But if I support her as well, and I will without in this world with the sand of bandits, and what would you do in the situations like this? Paimon really wants to believe Jabril, but he's really told much about his past either. That weird... Sorry? That weird guy popped up and claimed to be his old companion, but Jabril didn't even deny him. Right. If you just tell us the truth, Jabril, please, just that everyone can be understanding, and Jet's his daughter. Paimon really can't imagine someone who raised Jet as being a bad guy. I believe that the most important thing right now is to get Taser to trust Jabril. You're a merchant. You should know the value of trust. Even in this world of academics, researchers who engage in misconduct will be stripped of their research qualifications. Just ask yourself, would you trade with someone who cheated on you in the past? Oh, how about that? I would decide based on the circumstances. I dare not speak for others, but Bonifaz and I have much more flexible moral standards. After weighing the risk of the benefits, we usually choose to take the risks. We wouldn't have accepted your commission otherwise. You guys. I think I said this before, but you sure are stubborn. Forget about the Samuel for a moment and ask yourself a question. Has Jabril ever done anything to harm you? No, I don't think so. Then hasn't he proven himself through his actions? You know, when you caused all this commotion about getting drunk, it was Jabril who stayed and took care of you. This isn't the time for fighting amongst ourselves. Yeah, we haven't even found the place marked on the map yet. Jabril is definitely the person in our group who knows the most about the desert, and it will be difficult for our expedition to proceed without him leading us away. Fine, I'll do it for you. I know I can trust you too, Paimon and Shay. I'll trust you again. Alright, the Tijal archaeology team is back together again. We still have time. We should travel to the next oasis and rest there in the preparations for the next leg of this expedition. I am explaining to repay you for all the trust, but being the journey in the current priority. Journey to the next oasis. Oh, I didn't actually think that this will be, you know, take such a long time. Oh. Let me just get these.
The scenery is wonderful.
What are we on? 420. Let's see. Let's do it. Got a lot of primo gems today. And we got bows. And we need 60 more. That's fine.
Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Ah, there it is, the Gene of Course. Okay. But I'm gonna leave it here today. I need a bit of a rest because that was a lot of talking. I think people want to talk to me.
Time to go.
On like socials.
Add Astra.
So I'm just gonna finish up. But if you have made it to the end of the video, thank you for watching and hearing all the rambling and mispronunciations of most of my words. It's a very long story. I didn't think it would be. But I appreciate you still watching. But time for us to have a bit of a rest. But like I said, if you haven't already, please give me a follow. I'll like my follows. Wait, blah blah blah. I'm just so tired. So if you haven't already, follow my Twitch or my YouTube, the latest content and live streams. And take it easy, guys.